Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Say your head and you. I'll give myself. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and we are back at it once again with a crazy and powerful show. So check it out. We have Nick Fuentez is changing his tune, guys. I don't know what made him change. I think it was the Super Bowl. I think that the halftime show kind of made Nick Fuentez kind of pissed him off a little bit. He didn't like people talking about, Bad Bunny, and I think it made him change all of his ways. He's changing up his tune to the tune of, now he's against the white supremacy. And most recently, he went in on the whole thing about Pam Bondi. Let's have a look of the new Nick Fuentez, guys. All you guys that are like, lefty this and lefty that, honey, he's getting cussed out by his little core audience too. They're getting mad at him, but he's not hearing. He don't care anymore. So let's go. Let's hear what Nick Fuentez had to say, about Pam Bondi.
Think of where you are. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States. She has been forced to uncover up what she tried to cover up last year, and now she's hauled before the Judiciary Committee of Congress. She has to know she's going to be questioned about this. She has to know there are going to be questions about these 3 million Epstein files, which were just released, and about those that are likely incriminated, and about the victims and the nature of this. And she's pressed about all of it. And you know what her response was? She gets in front of the committee and she basically says, hey, why are we even talking about this? That's the playbook. She gets in front of the committee. You have Epstein's victims in the background. You got Democrats and Republicans pressing her. Hey, what's up with the rest of the files? When are you going to unredact the files? What are you going to say to the victims? Are you actually going to pursue the people that are incriminated in the files? And the playbook that is premeditated that she's running, she comes in and says, well, this is all really just a big distraction. She goes, we should talk about something else like the stock market. The stock market? That was literally her response. She goes, well, what about the Dow Jones? And what about the NASDAQ? Why is no one talking about this? Well, let's see. For starters, you're the Attorney General. So I don't know why you would be talking about the stock market when you run the Department of Justice.
Didn't Nick Fuentez at one point was saying that we need to get off of that this whole thing, Epstein is okay? Didn't he wasn't he on Epstein's side for a second? Now he's going against Pam Bondi about this Epstein thing. It's interesting how things. What do you guys think made Nick Fuentez change his tune? What do you think happened? This is interesting.
The Department of the Treasury, not the National Economic Council, not the Commerce Department. You're the head of the Justice Department. So I don't know. Why don't we start there? She goes, why aren't we talking about the stock market? Well, for openers, you're the Attorney General. Number two, you're sitting before the House Judiciary Committee. So why would you think that would be appropriate? You think that the Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing with the Attorney General to talk about the economy? Why would that even make sense? That would be like bringing the head of the Defense Department or the War Department in front of the Intelligence Committee or Foreign Relations Committee and saying, hey, why aren't we talking about the Super Bowl? Why aren't we talking about education? I don't know. It's the Judiciary Committee and you're the Attorney General. This is a story from the Wall Street Journal about this disaster. It says, quote, Attorney General Pam Bondi defended the Justice Department's release of files from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation during a fiery congressional hearing in which she traded barbs with Democrats, praised President Trump, and declined to apologize to a group of the convicted sex offenders' victims seated behind her. Her appearance on Wednesday before the House Judiciary Committee got off to a tense start when Democrats blasted the department's redaction.
Well, interesting, I think he said he's given up his neo-Nazi ways. He said he isn't down with the white supremacy anymore. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but I don't know. Something is making him change up his tune and his talking points. Let's go.
Of material in the released Epstein files, which revealed photos and intimate details about numerous victims while keeping some prominent names secret. Representative Pramila Jayapal, a Democrat, said, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. He asked the victims seated behind Bondi to raise their hands if they had been unable to meet with the Justice Department to discuss their concerns. All 11 people raised their hands. He said, will you turn to them now and apologize for what the DOJ has put them through? Bondi said, I am not going to get in the gutter for this woman. Get in the gutter. The dramatic exchange set the tone for the rest of the hearing, with Bondi and her Democratic questionnaires frequently interrupting each other with shouts and recriminations. She accused lawmakers of trying to engage in theatrics and directed pointed criticism at those challenging the Trump administration's actions, including its immigration crackdown and investigations into a pair of deadly shootings by federal agents. She said, you sit here and attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I am not going to put up with it. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. That's what we should be talking about. She said, this isn't a circus. It's a hearing. The Dow, the NASDAQ? What is wrong with you? Are you retarded?
Like, for real, like, you could not make this up, right? Pam Bondi, you are responsible for one of the biggest scandals in our country. You are the one who tried to cover this up. And what kind of weird distraction tactic is it? You want to talk about the stock markets? Are you kidding me? Like, don't even make me laugh. Like, you know what, Pam Bondi? You should be impeached. You should be impeached. We cannot trust you anymore. You lied straight into our face. You made a complete joke of yourself. You made a joke of the DOJ. What is going on? And now you want to talk about the stock markets? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you? Like, seriously, if you have some balls, I mean, like, you don't, but if you really had some balls, you would just resign by yourself. Because seriously, what are you still doing there? No one trusts you, and we have all the rights to not trust you anymore because you lied. You're just a liar. You had the information, and you literally tried to cover this up for so long. Shame on you. You should be resigned, or actually you should be impeached. And by the way, the same goes for Kash Patel, but Nick is not done yet. This is just the start. Let's go.
You're the Attorney General. This is a hearing for the Judiciary Committee. You run the Justice Department. You are in the middle of a giant scandal with the Justice Department. You just released 3 million documents about a huge criminal investigation. And you're saying, why aren't we talking about the NASDAQ? I don't know. Why would we be talking about the NASDAQ here? Why?
But isn't Nick Fuentez right wing, right? Everybody's always talking about I'm always playing liberal leftist stuff. Well, guess what? Even your right wingers are starting to turn against the whole thing. Even they know something is wrong. Let's go.
Why would the Attorney General of the Justice Department at the Judiciary Committee in the middle of this scandal be talking about the stock market? You fucking idiot. I mean, does that even make any sense? One of the bill's primary sponsors, Representative Thomas Massey, questioned Bondi during Wednesday's hearing over what he described as multiple failures, including the inadvertent release of victim details and the redaction of famous names. He said, quote, literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did, Massey told her. Bondi, in turn, blamed the Biden administration for its handling of the files. She said this cover-up spans decades and you are responsible for this portion of it. Or rather, that's what Thomas Massey said. Bondi was dismissive. She said, this guy has Trump derangement syndrome. You're a failed politician. Representative Jamie Raskin said, we saw your performance in the Senate and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. She hit back, you don't tell me anything, you washed up loser lawyer. Most Republicans rallied to Bondi's defense, saying she was working to correct a Justice Department that her Democratic predecessors had wielded as a weapon against Trump and his supporters. Representative Brandon Gill said, thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. Now, here is what likely happened. So first of all, let's just say this. This is a catastrophe. This is a total disaster. I don't know what they think they're doing here. I don't know if they think this is working or what they think they're getting away with. This is not working. They're not getting away with anything. And they haven't been for an entire year. I don't know what Trump is thinking. I don't know who is telling him that this is working, but it isn't. This Epstein scandal has been going on and on, basically for a year now. I believe it was in February of last year when they gave out the binders to DC Drano and Mike Cernovich and Scott Pressler. This has been going on since then. And then Pam Bondi said the files were on her desk. And then Trump lied and said that he didn't have 1,000 FBI agents look for his name in the files. And then they put out that memo saying case closed. Then they shut down Congress early to prevent them from forcing the DOJ to release the files. This has been going on and on for a year, and it's getting worse. This is getting worse all the time. It started out very small last February. They tried that binder distraction, and people were suspicious and people didn't like it, but it was relatively contained. Now, this is like destroying the GOP. Look at the favorables. Look at the numbers. It is a disaster. It is especially a disaster for the younger people. It is killing Trump's favorability. It's killing his job approval. Nobody is happy with this. And you see this performance today. This track is just not working, and it never has. This has been their playbook basically since July, where the public are demanding answers, which, by the way, they have a right to. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein was a very sick criminal connected to a lot of powerful people.
So 1 minute he's talking pro Epstein, now he's talking against Epstein. It's hard to understand where he stands. Like what caused this change of thought?
The DOJ is lying about what they have.
Yeah, I completely agree. The people of this country, they have all the rights to know what exactly happened. But even until today, we still have no idea. And I can tell you this as well. If they lied about this, they probably lied about way more things, way more important things. And this is what makes it such a shame, because this government, this administration should work in favor of the people, not against us. They are literally lying straight into our face, and then they are surprised that we, the people, that we don't trust them anymore. I really believe sometimes that this government, or some people, they really think that the normal people of this country, that we are stupid or something. We are not. It looks like we are almost smarter than them, because Pam Bondi, just take a look at what she did. She made a complete fool of herself. She made a complete mess of this whole Epstein file saga, and she is the one who is responsible for this herself. So she should be impeached again. Seriously, Pam Bondi, why are people like this literally like leading the DOJ? Are you kidding me? Pam Bondi, like I wouldn't even let her walk my dog, and she is leading the DOJ. What a joke. This should have never happened, and we need to know what exactly happened.
This is a problem of their own creation. It was the DOJ that said there are no files, there are no other persons of interest. Well, both of those things are now provably lies, demonstrably lies. we have 6 million files, or rather they have acknowledged the existence of 6 million files. We have 3 million, and we have at the minimum 6 people likely incriminated by the files, 4 of which have not been named. So this is a problem of their own creation. They lied about it. The public is reasonable for demanding transparency and disclosure. And the Trump administration's response, by the way, also to something that they promised. So Trump promised transparency. People are reasonable in demanding it. The DOJ lied and then debunked their own lie. And the Trump admin's response to the pressure is to say, well, this is just fake.
Wasn't he pro-Trump at some point? Wasn't he 100% pro-Trump? Now he's against Trump. I'm confused. I considered Fuentez until 2025 when he took SHIT. Him and others, most not all, are controlled opposition. But at one point he was very pro-Trump, and now he's against Trump. He ain't a Trumper. He's like extreme right wing. Lady, he's a nationalist that isn't the same thing as Trump or Bush. I don't know. Because looks like he actually even went against his whole nationalist thing. Let's go into this.
God, nobody goes back and forth more than Nick Fuentez. He is the king of going back, forth, okay? And this is a great example of it here. So at the moment, and you're going to see the clip, he basically disavows being a white supremacist. He's like, I'm not, well, maybe not. He said, I think he says white nationalist is what he disavows. So slightly different there, but he says, I don't even think of myself as a white nationalist anymore. And he basically goes after his own audience and calls them idiots and losers. And he's sick of their shit. We've seen him in the past go after his audience. But right now, it seems like more of a breaking point, if you will. So first, let's start with this one. Nick Fuentez watched the Super Bowl halftime show, wasn't offended by it, unlike all the other conservative douchebags who were, ginning up their fake outrage, like Megyn Kelly going full Karen mode and melting down and screaming over fucking nothing. So he was sort of put off by the fake outrage over that, right? And then he watched the TPUSA halftime show, and that's the thing that really put him over the edge into just being embarrassed of being a conservative. Watch this. Here we go.
We can't talk about it without also discussing the Kid Rock thing that was going on somewhere else. What the fuck was that? I mean, if that's the best we have to offer, honestly, I'm switching sides. If that's seriously, they said this is the all-American halftime show, God, family, and it's like, okay, if that's the all-American halftime show, I don't know, guys. We're losing them. We got to come up with something better because that was a tough watch. If it is,
do you think that he is kind of like, hey, I draw the line at like the Hispanic, but he was pro-immigration, so I don't think it's about him being Hispanic, guys. I think that I don't know, somebody probably contacted him.
A requirement to pretend to like that, to be like a patriot, like I can't do it. I'm just telling you up front. I'm going to be honest with you. Full disclosure, I can't do it. I think I'd rather kill myself than pretend to like that. So you're telling me we're at the Super Bowl party with the normies, with the hoes, with the chuds and the we're at the Super Bowl watch party. We're having our taquitos. We're having our wings, pizza, watching the big game. Everybody's having a good time. You're telling me we have to turn off the TV or we have to switch the input. We have to go to the Rumble app and watch some AI ad about like alternative medicine. And then we have to watch Kid Rock and this like generic country music. And
do you think that it's because Nick is Hispanic that he's changing up? Like, I draw the line at the Hispanic now. That's where he draws the line? Is that what's going on?
And we have to pretend to like this. We have to all be like, this is really good. She's really good. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. It sucks. And, not for nothing. Didn't we do this for the RNC? Isn't this just like our token celebrity? Didn't Kid Rock play the RNC? It's just like a freak show. It's like Amber Rose was there last year at the 2 years ago at the RNC.
Which, by the way, this is what the right does. if there's any celebrity who's left of center, who says some left of center shit, it's the Laura Ingraham classic. Hey, shut up and dribble, LeBron. You said some political shit. Shut up and dribble, right? The second there's anybody right of center who's a celebrity, oh my God, they come themselves. Like, yes, we got one. Yes, we love you so much. Thank you for joining us. Ronald Reagan was a shitty actor. Donald Trump was a shitty reality star. So they berate the left for being in tight with celebrities. Y'all motherfuckers elected 2 celebrities, both Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. Okay? And then, I mean, shit, that it's slim pickings too on the right these days in terms of their, they got like washed up stars from the fucking mid 90s that they trot out, that they say, please give us something that we can hold on to when it comes to support of us. And like Nick is saying, you got Kid Rock doing his thing. You got some country stars nobody ever fucking heard of doing their thing. What's the guy's name? I'm blanking on his name, but the dad of Angelina Jolie, who's also an actor. And he's just like, he's just cooked. I mean, that dude, straight barbecue chicken brain, bro. I forget dude's name, but he's a well-known actor. And they trot him out all the time, even though he's like 86. He doesn't know where the fuck he is. Clint Eastwood, they have Clint Eastwood in a monologue with a chair, acting like, oh, we sure own those libs, bro. No, it's a stupid, pathetic double standard. But by the way, I'm willing to make the agreement. You want to keep, hey, we'll keep the left-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Right-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Let's just do straight, serious man, political people, right? I'm willing to do that. But if we're going to open up the door to political people, then the right can't bitch when the left just has better, more well-known celebrities who like left-wing policies better. Like, you can't get mad. And that's the thing, is like, they're salty that we get like LeBron James, for example. They're salty about that because they have nobody to counter that, right? Like, again, who are they going to trot out? The fucking dude who played Hercules in 1997? Like, nobody gives a fuck about that guy.
And I'm watching the show. I actually watched it this afternoon, and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of like maybe a section of what we're about that is kind of going away, and maybe there's no bringing it back. I don't know. Is there anything kind of worth hanging on to there? It's kind of a rough thing.
All right, he's not done yet. Now he's going to start to berate his audience.
Even if you enjoyed it, I was hopeful you'd better articulate why a Latin halftime show celebrating their culture was unacceptable for an American sporting event as iconic as the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to tell me something I already thought. I wanted to hear my opinion reinforced.
The Super Bowl is in America. We think England in America. Good point. Good point. I've heard this opinion 10,000 times this weekend, but I wanted to hear you say it harder. That's why I hate you. That's why I hate you people.
He really does. He really hates his own audience. In the same way that the I've Had It podcast ladies talk about how Trump is an old queen, that like in his heart of hearts, he just wishes he was like directing a Broadway show, right? Nick Fuentez, deep down, it's almost like a sad theater kid, right? Like, he chose this other route and he's like, oh, I fucking hate all these people I'm in league with now. God damn it. God damn it. I want to be in fucking West Hollywood, in assless chaps, in a bar with people who actually think like I do. There's a tinge of that in here, isn't it?
I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. Here's why I don't like you people. Because, so the Super Bowl halftime shows in Spanish. Stop the presses. Call the National Guard.
But I will say, though, Nick, you courted an audience of fucking white nationalists and white supremacists and people who like edgy shit about Hitler and like they're super far right. Did you expect them to like the halftime show in Spanish? Like, that's where, like, I honestly, my take on it is your run-of-the-mill conservatives are faking their outrage. They don't actually care. They're just like the Daily Wire idiots don't actually care. They're just like, going through the motions of, oh yeah, we're outraged. They're outraged by every fucking halftime show every year. But that's what they're doing. But the actual white nationalists, like the actual racists, of which there are many in Nick Fuentes' audience, that's his whole fucking audience, right? Did you expect them to like that the whole thing was in Spanish? Of course they weren't going to fucking like it, right?
Of course.
But I guess from Nick's perspective, he goes, I'm not just going to give you the thing you expect me to say. Like, I don't want to just say the thing that you want me to say. I'm not your puppet. I'm not going to dance for you, right? Like, I guess that's what he's thinking. But like, Nick, of course your fucking audience hates the all Spanish Super Bowl halftime show. They're all racist. That's like the point of your show.
Everybody is saying exactly the same thing. Spanish, it should be in English. The fuck? the country speaks English. The song should be in English. And okay. So we've all heard that. We all sort of agree. Okay. We all kind of agree. We've all heard that. Everybody tune into the show because they want to hear me say it, though. We all sort of agree. We've all heard that. And you want to tune into the show to hear me say it. The show should be in English. I think if the show's in Spanish, that's not English. The show should be in English. And why? Why do you want to? You want to get up on the coffee table? Yeah, the show should be in English. I mean, like, why? I don't know. It's just so low IQ. I have been doing this for long enough in my life that I'm just sick of, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick.
He just hates his audience so much.
Of it. You know?
You know what's so funny is he said that he could understand everything in the damn halftime show. That's another thing. People think that he's only white, like Latino adjacent, and just has that last name, but he understands Spanish. That's why he have a problem with the show. He know how to speak Spanish, so he didn't have a problem with the show because he's Hispanic, bro. Just because he has, he talks like that and talks like that now all of a sudden, he's now white. Oh, he's Hispanic. He speaks Spanish. He didn't have a hard time understanding a damn thing in that show.
You want me to so everybody could get up out of their recliner chair. You can get your fat ass up off the chair. Yeah. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about any of it? All brought to you by beer and sports gambling. Here's your Goy ball brought to you by gambling and Miller Lite. Goy ball. Oh, my just scored a point. Brought to you by, what is the gambling site? Brought to you by Dave Portnoy and DraftKings. It should be in English. It's like, I mean, come on already. Come on already.
Yeah, come on already. I talk like this, so now I seem more white. I'm not talking like this in the Hispanic accent. But I'm talking like this, so it makes me seem more Caucasian. But really, I'm Hispanic, and I really like, and I know how to speak Spanish, and I identify with that side of things. That's what it really boils down to. It doesn't matter how much you talk like that.
It is, though. I will say, it is sort of like if you guys tune into me and you're like, do the thing about how you hate billionaires and fascists and warmongers. And if I was like, no, I'm not going to do that just because that's what I believe and what I would say. I'm not. How dare. It's like, Nick, this is what you signed up for, homie. This is what you signed up for. When you were the edgy young guy saying, like, actually, Hitler's really cool. He's really fucking cool. Okay. He's really cool. This is what you signed up for. You signed up for a life of going, that should be in English. Why is it not in English? Like, you should need to know that. Of course you know that. You're smart enough to know that. But then finally, and this is probably my favorite one. Here we go. This is where he really lays it on thick.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was, this is what America looks like. A mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like,
what?
What?
He said, what?
Do I want America to be a white country? Yes.
What do you say?
I'm pro-white, but the movement.
I'm pro-white. What? I honestly don't feel like that no more. Once they start talking about his Hispanic brother, he changed his whole tune up. Now you're getting to see his true colors, guys.
Has just been captured by losers and idiots. And I don't really. I'm kind of just done pandering. I fucking hate these people.
He's done.
By the way, he says, no, I'm not a white nationalist.
He admits he's been pandering the whole time. I'm done pandering. So he admits that he's been pandering the whole time. That's crazy. Wow.
I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, do I want America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. And I don't really. I'm kind of just done pandering. I fucking hate these people.
By the way, he says, no, I'm not a white nationalist, but do I want the country to be white? Yeah. This is what, so somebody super chatted into Kylan Corn the other day, and he was a Nick Fuentez fan. And he basically said,
but see, that's the thing. Mexicans and stuff like that consider themselves to be white. Certain Mexicans consider themselves to be white, But yeah, when they get to talking about their language and all that stuff, oh, hold up now.
Said like, stop saying that Nick wants to like mass deport all non-white people. That's a lie. You're lying about him. And what I said in response was like, bro, that's me being like really kind and steel manning his white nationalist position, right? Because shit, he's praised Hitler. I could say he probably wants to gas chamber these motherfuckers or lock them up permanently. But I was being overly kind by saying he at the very least wants to deport all the non-white people. And then here he is. He goes, no, I don't think I'm a white nationalist anymore. But do I want this to be a white country? Yeah. Okay, well, what does that mean? What does it mean to, quote, be a white country? What does that mean? Are black and brown people allowed to stay, but they have to become official second-class citizens, like they don't get constitutional rights? Is that what it is? Or is it deporting those people? Or is it locking them up permanently just because of the color of their skin? I genuinely don't know, but none of it is good.
No, because there's the brown like Latino, then there's the white Latino. I think that he differentiates the white Latino, the ones that are the Spaniard, and so that's why he feels like he could be a white supremacist because he's got the Spaniard. He's Spaniard, like, bro, please. What?
But none of it is good. But this is what his own audience is also confused, right? Like, which is why that person super chatted in and said the most confusing shit in the world. Like, don't say that about Nick. That's not true. Well, then what the fuck is true about Nick? Tell me what his actual fucking position is. Because when I listen to him, he'll give me one on Monday and the second one on Tuesday, a different one on Tuesday, right? So maybe it's all just like, it's all a show. It's all a grift. It's all like he's playing a role. He's playing a character. And every now and then, the mask slips and he has moments like this because you guys infuriate him so fucking much because you're such predictable dipshits that he has to do this.
When I look at what the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing. And I've always been forward thinking and I've always been heterodox and I've always been...
Hell, you ain't never been hetero nothing, John. You know you gay as hell. Come on, he heterodox. I don't know what that means. Heterodox. What does heterodox mean? I've always been heterodox. Maybe that's listen, that's like college level, like master's degree grammar. What does heterodox mean? Somebody tell me. What the fuck does heterodox mean? Because he ain't hetero nothing. He is 100% homo, everything. But so he says he's 100% heterodox. I'm like, when did this understanding come upon his mind? What was the turning point? What made him change his mind? Is it all it took is that people say that they want the Super Bowl halftime to be in English and not Spanish, and that's his second language? You know what I'm saying? He thought the Spaniard was still cool. You know what I'm saying? Still close to white. Now he's really getting his Hispanic or Spaniard wake up call.
Progressive in a way, and increasingly I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore. So no, I don't think I'm like you, because now it's turned into, it used to be the case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you.
No, that was just me telling a joke. I know it has nothing to do with sexuality. I knew it had something to do with something like this. But I didn't know exactly what it meant, but I just had to make that joke because I know he's just the word that has hetero in the beginning of it. It's like, please, you're not hetero or anything. Please, bro.
Have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show.
Nick, this is the logical endpoint of that mindset, right? Like, if you're against white genocide, which is bullshit and totally made up, but like, yeah, the logical endpoint of that is you will throw a fit and a tantrum over a halftime show in Spanish. Like, of course. How did you not know that?
It's just so low IQ. It's so low
True.
IQ. It's so
true. It is low IQ. That's for shit sure true.
Monotonous, so repetitive. You're screaming at the halftime show because it's in Spanish. Okay, I mean, am I?
That's where he draws the line at, though. All the other crazy stuff, that's okay. But because they don't like the halftime show in Spanish, that's where I draw the line, and now I gotta speak up. But I mean, I'm glad he's finally waking up. I mean, I don't know how long it's gonna last, but okay.
I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why?
That's what they want. That's definitely what they want.
I'm supposed to get up out of my seat. Who gives a fuck? You know?
It sure as hell.
So I just don't.
Cubans.
No, I don't think I fit in anymore because, you know, I'm telling you this.
Honey, they was up there. I will vote Donald Trump. I think they was calling him Donald Trump instead of Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trunk. I will vote Donald Trump. And honey got it deported the first ones out the door.
We've reached the high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots. And it's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group.
It's always been filled with a bunch of idiots.
Nick,
come on, bro. You had to know all along. Granted, he got into this shit when he was like 14 or something like that. But you had to know it's not the brightest bulbs on the right. Right, dog?
Who's that?
I mean,
I will vote Donald Trump. I will vote. That's funny as hell. Whoever wrote that. I will vote Donald Trump. Okay. But yeah, it's always been that way. Like, I don't know why he had like he didn't know. Like, bro, have you been in that much of a freaking wind tunnel that you didn't know that this was existing? And this is who you were aligned with, Nick Fuentez? Crazy.
Fucking Donald Trump is he's the fucking standard bearer. The motherfucker he lies like he breathes, right? And just the most just constitutionally dishonest person ever. You had to know this was not. Oh, you vote. This has always been a low IQ movement. It always has been. He's starting to sound a lot more like Richard Hanania to me. Nick Fuentez is. For those of you who don't know, Richard Hanania was a white nationalist, was a far right character, and now he's become this like. He sort of like hates the right way more than he's almost like an elitist centrist Democrat now, where it's like he hates the right so much and thinks they're so low IQ that he just winds up somehow in league with Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And I think Richard Spencer went through a similar thing where, you know, this is a guy who like reads and learns.
Honey, you go to them neighborhoods that talk act like they hate Mexicans, and they be the whole landscaping being done in the summertime be all Mexicans. Come on, get out of here. They will go watch for Fox News for 2 hours, then go to the local LA Tapotia. They are really dumb. Exactly. Ridiculous.
And knows philosophy. And so when he looks at what's become of the right, he's like, I just want nothing to do with any of you because I think you're all the dumbest people in the country. Okay. And so in a weird horseshoe way, they come back around to the Democratic side, even though they probably still disagree with Democrats on like 60% of issues, right? And you kind of see it happening a little bit with Fuentez, but the difference is Fuentez, you know, I don't know. He seems like his peak is higher than any of those other guys right now. And he's sort of the standard bearer for the Trump critical Republicans in a way, but the further right Trump critical Republicans. But stuff like this, like, you have to know your audience is going to, of course, be upset at a halftime show and nothing but Spanish. Even though, by the way, Nick's audience is like Black and Hispanic fascists. Like I'm not even kidding. There was a poll on it. He polled like worst among white people. Hilarious, but let's keep going.
And we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same.
Could it be that being like this far right is just kind of boring? Maybe being super far right is boring. You gotta listen to Kid Rock. You can't like Bad Bunny. You know, you gotta listen to like, you know, good old white. You know, I love America. You gotta like listen to that. You can't listen to doom. People twerking and dancing and they know we're gonna just stand and sing. I love America, red, white, and blue, for me and you. You know, you gotta listen to that. No dancing, no drums, just doom doom doom. Maybe a little bit of that, like maybe one like drum, boom 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 boom. But you ain't got no doom 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 boom. Whatever the hell they be saying, you know, you can't get no hip hop, you can't get none of that. When you want to be on that far left, you just gonna get some country music. They're gonna be holding their lighters up. Woo! America! Woo!
To be fair, what he's saying here is just, it's so spot on about Megyn Kelly. Because Megyn Kelly doesn't give a shit about the Bad Bunny thing. She may have even liked it, but she's just lying and pretending like she's outraged about it and yelling in Piers Morgan's face about it. And it is coming across as immensely insincere.
Talking points. And I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting. It's not funny anymore. It's not edgy. It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones.
True.
There was a point in time when we were having fun and we were laughing and we were trolling and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt of all time. You know, the far right has become the biggest butthurt ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral about everything. Purity spiraling.
He just now found this out. Like, where have you been, Nick Fuentez? Where have you been? Welcome to America. This has been what's going on. I don't know what you thought. Can't have no drums, no real, like, you know what I'm saying, percussion in the songs. Can't have no. You can't not have none of that. This got to be just some straight. I mean, just me and my guitar singing about the American system and the Lord of Jesus Christ, whatever you say. Because it got to be 100% Christian, got to be 100%. I mean, you ain't going to get no hunching, you ain't going to get no twerking, you ain't going to see no little booty clapping, none of that. You just going to just be straight up there, just guitars and American flags and just good old American pie, cherry pie, and fried chicken, and beer, Bud Light, but you can't get no Heineken, you can't get no Corona. It got to be just Bud Light, Budweiser, Miller in a can. You can't have no Dos Equis, no, that ain't American. That's an import. You gotta drink Budweiser, and eat chicken, and then wear a ball cap. You know what I'm saying? America, fuck yeah. That's what you gotta listen to on halftime for it to be 100% just white bread American. And people that I think Nick Fuentez is bored, bro. He's bored.
And people are, at the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America... Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this like really bitter, like white resentment politics. And I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that.
You don't think Megyn Kelly ever listened to Cardi B? You don't think that, you know, when she's done talking all this vitriol, you know, it needs to be American. Then she goes down into her car and pumps up and puts on the hip hop station and starts dancing and reciting the words. All these people do. They be pretending like they don't like that ethnic music, but they love it. Stop it.
I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just this big loser mentality. So, yeah, you know, The halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, it is. So, I mean, are we going to, or do we live in reality?
Oh, the other white nationalists are going to have a field day with this because homie's last name is Fuentez. Isn't he like a quarter Mexican?
Here we go.
So now, I guess you switch sides. This is what the other white nationalists are going to say.
The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So, like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. I didn't really feel like that at all. It's just that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be, I don't know, seething about it. But yeah, this whole halftime show, all these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
Bro's having a midlife crisis at what, like 28, 29, however old he is. He's like, fuck, I picked the wrong side. Why'd I snuggle up to the right? These motherfuckers are insufferable.
Oh,
exactly,
my God.
You're right. That's exactly right, Nick. That's exactly right.
Hey, y'all.
He finally gets it. But how long is he going to get it for? So let's go back into the ICE stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on with ICE. You know what I'm saying? Really crazy things going on with ICE. And Nick Fuentez is actually talking about that too. Live on Rumble discussing the total surrender of ICE in Minneapolis and defunding of DHS. And honey, the people are in the comments going ape shit. This is fault. This real clickbait moves. What the F happened to you? Stop trying to let the left win because they don't bend the knee to one man. You F you and stick to your side. Honey, Nick Fuentez done changed up on all of them and they mad, y'all. They mad. But let's talk about what's going on with ICE. Some wild stuff is going on with ICE. Check this out, guys.
Now, where it would be easier to tell you the crimes that ICE didn't commit because they've committed so many that it's basically like all of the crimes. Like, you name a crime, ICE has committed that crime. The CBP has committed those crimes. The feds are committing those crimes, okay? Now we get this. So Prem Thakur says, just in the past few months in Minnesota, there have been as many ICE employees arrested for sex trafficking as there have been people executed by ICE agents. A fact everybody brought up is that in Minnesota, there were 3 murders.
What? Bet you didn't know that. ICE agents arrested for sex trafficking. What's up with that? All y'all ICE babies. Well, I don't know if they are messing around and trafficking them babies, but look like they doing something. ICE baby. All them people saying that. Yeah, look at what they're doing up here. There has been as many employees arrested for sex trafficking as there's been people executed by ICE agents. ICE employees arrested for sex trafficking.
Recently, 2 of them were committed by ICE agents. And now we get this. Aaron Rupar says, Bloomington police announced arrests in sex trafficking bust Rashad Johnson out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So literally his job is to determine who's acceptable to hire for ICE and Homeland Security and the feds. That's his job. He himself is involved in sex trafficking. Well, now you know why it's the case that ICE is hiring all sorts of criminals. They're hiring domestic abusers. They're hiring January 6ers. They're hiring white nationalists. They're hiring Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. They're hiring people who committed robbery, who committed assault. They're hiring all sorts of people who are criminals. And now you know why. The guy who determines who's acceptable to hire is a literal fucking sex trafficker. Here we go. Look.
Mr. Rashad Johnson, out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that does the backgrounds. And you come here trying to purchase sex.
When a cop is at a loss for words, bro, that begs the question. Remember how we discussed Alligator Alcatraz, how they sent a bunch of people there? And I'm not kidding when I say over 4,000 people are still missing from Alligator Alcatraz. The lawyers don't know where they are.
Guys,
the families don't know where they are. The friends don't know where they are. Nobody knows.
I talked about that earlier in my other live streams. Let me play it again. 4,000 people arrested for Alligator Alcatraz. Did a whole thing about that. People were in the comments, ice babying. People coming up missing, okay? And people said I was lying. Well, here we go.
Oh, they sent a bunch of people there. And I'm not kidding when I say over 4,000 people are still missing from Alligator Alcatraz. The lawyers don't know where they are. The families don't know where they are. The friends don't know where they are. Nobody knows. So you look at that and you go, are they being sex trafficked? Are they being sex trafficked? Is as part of ICE, is there an actual active literal sex trafficking ring still involved with ICE where the people who do it are profiting off of that? Is that what's happening? Because I'll tell you what, we've covered the story on this show. They were doing literal slavery, forced labor at their detention camps. We know now they're building concentration camps, 23 of them all across the country. Okay? You name a crime, they committed it. Is it highly organized as it appears to be? Well, the answer to that might be yes. And that should really wake you up to what we're dealing with here. That there is, don't talk to me about fucking, body cameras. We have cameras. We have these people who've been caught committing murder from 17 different angles. They haven't even been arrested. Okay? Don't talk to me about body cameras. Don't talk to me about just removing the masks. Don't talk to me about, you need warrants, which you need anyway under the Constitution. No, you need to defund these motherfuckers. You need to abolish ICE. You need to actually take away their funding. It's the only way to rein them in. It's the only fucking way. But the Democrats are not talking about that, which is just absolutely devastating. And it makes me want to...
Well, they are talking about it. Aren't they trying to, isn't that the whole reason for the government shutdown? The fact that they're not trying to give the money to ICE, isn't that the whole reason why they're trying to shut down the government and stall this whole shutdown and stuff like that based on funds for ICE? I'm like, how much more money do you freaking need? Didn't they get didn't they get funded millions and millions of dollars already that they used to then partner with various different law enforcement, regular law enforcement? Didn't they use that money to partner with law enforcement to get them on their side and to back them in all these different cities? Certain cities took the bait, certain cities did different. I think Dallas said that they weren't going to take the money. I don't know if they did an under the ground table. I haven't really heard a lot about ICE in Dallas, but Houston took the money. I think it was $25 billion. So, okay. What happened to all that money?
Do you not realize how deep into fascism we already are? You think this is just a game? You think this is just normal politics? This is not fucking normal politics. All right, more. ICE agent who bit wife during domestic violence incident remains DHS employee. That's great. So we got a fucking domestic abuser who bit his wife and is still, part of DHS. So basically, a permanent occupation of American cities is what ICE was funded for through bipartisan support. Federal records obtained by Wired show that over the past several months, Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of Homeland Security have carried out a secret campaign to expand ICE's physical presence across the U.S. Documents show that more than 150 leases and office expansions have or would place new facilities in nearly every state, many of them in or just outside the country's largest metropolitan areas. In many cases, these facilities, which are to be used by street-level agents and ICE attorneys, are located near elementary schools, medical offices, places of worship, and other sensitive locations. Jesus Christ. In El Paso, Texas, for example, the agency is moving into a large campus of buildings right off of Interstate 10 near multiple local health providers and other businesses. In Irvine, California, ICE is moving into offices located next to a child care agency. Oh, Jesus Christ. More child trafficking, anybody? In New York, ICE is moving into offices on Long Island near a passport center. In a wealthy community near Houston, Texas, ICE appears poised to move into an office building blocks away from a preschool. In documents viewed by Wired, ICE has repeatedly outlined its expansion to cities around the U.S. The September memorandum, citing unusual and compelling urgency for office expansion, states that OPLA will be expanding its legal operations into Birmingham, Alabama, Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, Jacksonville, and Tampa, Florida, Des Moines, Iowa, Boise, Idaho, Louisville, Kentucky, and it goes on here. These are all the cities. Now, what do we know about American politics? Rural areas lean right and vote Republican. Cities.
What? Wow, he bit his wife. He should be in prison and not work a job. This is sarcastic, what he's saying. Was it a defending himself or was it a sexy bite? Or why would a person bite somebody at all? Like, what the fuck? If it's something that happened that the person got arrested for or was a whole news story, I'm sure it was not a sexy bite. Here, go ICE. Anyways, this is crazy. Like, it wasn't a sexy bite. People are weird.
Vote Democrat. Okay, so now you're going to take your ICE Gestapo thugs who've been accused of every crime in the book, slavery, child sex trafficking, and you're going to open offices near all those cities as you're already occupying many of those cities already, like Minneapolis. Okay, do you not see the picture here? Do you not see what the aim is here? What the goal is here? Round up all the dissidents, put them in fucking concentration camps, intimidate voters, if not just flat out seize the ballots in the cities, and then claim Republicans win. This is how fucked we are right now. This is what I need you to understand. This is none of this is normal. Absolutely none of this is normal. Absolutely none of this is acceptable. This is all like genuinely and sincerely terrifying. All right, Kyle Cheney says, new federal judges are increasingly furious at what they see as a pattern / playbook of defiance by the Trump administration to court orders in immigration cases in Minnesota and around the country. So he continues here and says,
we're gonna talk about ICE getting kicked out of Minnesota. And guess who we're gonna actually cover, who actually is covering it? Our brother Nick Fuentez, that you guys love so much.
They whisk detainees to other states. ICE has made a practice of pinballing people from where they're arrested to facilities in Texas, New Mexico, or elsewhere, and sometimes more than once. It can complicate or defeat challenges to their detention. So there's a strategy. Instead of arresting you in the place you are and bringing you to the facility near the place you are, they bring you to one in a different state, which gums up the works when it comes to the trial. So now there's confusion. Which court are you supposed to file it in? How are you supposed to know where the person is? They often hide that. They're literally like trying to dodge and evade the law. That's exactly what they're doing here because they know what they're doing is criminal. All right, more. Blowing off deadlines. When detainees sue for release, the administration is increasingly blowing off court-ordered deadlines in response. It's become almost routine and has led judges to order release in some cases. They continue. Improper conditions. When judges order an ICE detainee released, ICE is sometimes requiring them to submit to conditions like GPS monitoring, even though they're not criminal defendants. So that's illegal. Judges say this is a plain violation of their orders. They're left in the cold. You guys have seen this. Or without ID. With increasing frequency, ICE detainees who win release say they're being let out thousands of miles from home and without belongings like ID, wallets, and warm clothes for Minnesota weather. Judges are increasingly ordering humane treatment because they're not getting any. Judge Nelson spent time tracking a UPS shipment to ensure.
Honey, I read your comment as a sarcastic comment. I just said on top, well, hold on, because if they had to call the police, it wasn't a sexy bite. So I don't think it's, domestic violence is funny. I'm sorry, because you're talking to a person that's a survivor of domestic violence. You never know what a person's story is. So I don't think a man biting a woman is cool.
That one man got his documents back. Judge Blackwell emphasized that these transgressions were leading to judges to issue more prescriptive orders. Deficient bond hearings. When judges order detainees to get a chance for bond, they want those detainees to have a fair chance to prove they are not a danger or a flight risk. Increasingly, judges say the bond hearings held by the DOJ have fallen short of constitutional standards. Errors abound. The crush of habeas cases have led to an epidemic of sloppy filings, incorrect info provided to courts, botched attachments of crucial files, etc. But they're at their most severe when they lead to erroneous deportations, or in one case, a non-deportation that left a man in detention. We literally have DOJ judges who've broken down in court and said, this is all bullshit. I don't want to do this shit anymore. Find me in contempt of court so I can go to sleep. You have judges, George W. Bush judges, Trump judges, who are crashing out oftentimes, okay, and going, why the fuck are you not fucking listening to what I'm saying to you, to the ICE Gestapo thugs? Fatigued. Judges are increasingly exasperated by what they see as a strategy to make the process in court and for detainees writ large as cumbersome and painful as possible, especially when judges have been rejecting their detentions in mass. Bonus rulings. Judge Thomas Johnson, a George W. Bush appointee in West Virginia, used a recent ruling to warn of the dangers of defying due process for immigrants because of what it could mean for Americans. And by the way, that's the point, right? They're not done going after immigrants. They're going to come after Americans. They've already come after a bunch of Americans, but they're going to expand it. Because if due process is gone for immigrants, it's gone for all of us. Because when you say, hey, I'm an American citizen, they go, okay, I don't care. We don't do due process for immigrants or American citizens now. Who cares? We don't do it for anybody. You don't do it for one, you don't do it for everybody, right? So their rights under attack means everybody's rights are under attack. You need to realize this, okay? You need to understand this. And by the way, I should point out, we know there was an article that came out, I believe it was in the Washington Post in July. The Trump regime had already blown off 57 court orders, which at the time was about 34% of the cases. My guess is now that number's going up. Now it's like we're probably up to 50% or more of the cases where judges say do X, Y, or Z. The Trump regime is just blowing off those court orders. Okay, look at this one. Daily Beast. A kidney transplant recipient in Minnesota who was arrested by ICE has allegedly been denied access to life-saving medication for more.
They're reading. Okay, first of all, you're saying that they're reading from social media accounts. They're reading from social media accounts of the media. So these people are on the ground in Minnesota and they have social media accounts. These are Twitter. He's reading from Twitter, by the way. Because all these other social media accounts have like been banning people's freedom of speech. Can't talk about nothing, you know. Right. When they get bored with brown folks, their opposition is next. But you know what's crazy is that the people that are even in down there protesting are mostly white people. I'm seeing, you know.
Within 4 days, this is exactly what we saw with that precious young girl that we covered on the show the other day, where she had 104 fever. She was taken to the hospital by ICE. They didn't even tell her father. The hospital gave her medicine. The ICE agents then proceeded to not give her the medicine. Okay, this is who we're dealing with. We're dealing with like the scum of the earth. All this, by the way, let me be clear. All of this, this is torture. They are torturing these people. They are torturing them in government custody. There's a huge lawsuit waiting to happen about all of this stuff. A lot of people are going to get paid, and hopefully it's not just a civil case, it's a criminal case. Hopefully a lot of people go to prison based off what we're seeing here. Okay, how about this one?
Can I also say that it also says a lot about this government that when it comes to children, nobody gives a F. Because the Epstein files are talking about children, ICE is taking kids and shipping them across the country and all types of away from their home, you know, and putting them into like prisons and this, that, the other, barely giving them medical care or food, giving them food with worms in it and all kind of wild stuff. Kids are getting sick, getting fevers, water's all jacked up, but you guys think that this is cool. Anyone that like that even the kids are like suffering. I don't care about the illegal. These are children, bro.
Absolute hell. Irishman with valid U.S. work permit held by ICE since September. The guy has a work visa, is married to a U.S. citizen, and has lived in the U.S. for 20 years. A judge ruled for him to be released, and ICE is still holding him in a concentration camp in Texas. This could be literally any of us. This could be you. This could be me. This could be your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your friends, your family. This could be fucking any of us. Let me reiterate that. The guy has a work visa, so he's here legally. He's married to a U.S. citizen, here doubly legally, okay? Has lived in the U.S. for 20 years. This is his home. Judge says release him, and ICE is still holding him in a concentration camp in Texas. And he said, I'm all the inmates here. They're great. I got no problem with them whatsoever. The fucking ICE, they're capable of anything. The guards, they're capable of anything. And I'm fucking terrified of them. This is where we are. Fascism is here in this country, y'all. All right, how about this one? Ken Klippenstein uncovers a disturbing report in that DHS is spying on Reddit users for messages and posts critical of DHS and ICE. They are looking for people criticizing DHS and ICE. As if none of that, of course that's illegal. Of course that's not acceptable. Of course that's unconstitutional. But they're doing it. By the way, shout out to Ken Klippenstein. Everybody go sign up for his newsletter on Substack. Also, of course, Drop Site News, same thing. Everybody go check them out because there's a lot of people doing a lot of great work out there these days, and we need them more than ever. All right, how about this one? In the last month, ICE has bought warehouses in Hagerstown, Maryland, $102 million. Surprise, Arizona, 70 million. Hamburg, Pennsylvania, 87 million. Tremont, Pennsylvania, 120 million. San Antonio, Texas, 82 million. El Paso, Texas, 123 million. And then in Georgia.
Look at all this millions of dollars for their facilities, bro. Are y'all kidding me? You think that this is cool? Y'all, Ice Baby, y'all down for this? All this money going into ICE facilities? Is that real? Like, do y'all think that's cool? Your tax dollars into building up facilities and in the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, they took away all this educational stuff and all the like education. They closed down the Board of Education and opened up ICE.
They bought one, price unknown. Like I said, they're in the process of building 23 concentration camps. That is what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So this just came out the other day. A lot of people are talking about it. Ready? Less than 14% of ICE arrests involve those accused or convicted of violent crimes. So understand something. That means the number of convicted is probably even way lower than that. We're probably looking at 95% of the people that ICE is going after are not violent, undocumented immigrants. Like 95% or so. Probably even more than that, if I'm being honest. But it's 86% are not convicted violent criminals or even accused to be violent criminals. And remember, accused is a much lower bar. You know, you shouldn't really go. You should go based off convicted, not accused. But 86% are not accused or convicted of violent crimes. So in other words, all the bullshit that some people thought of, oh, they're only going to go after the real bad guys, the violent criminals, the gang members, the cartels, the rapists, the shit that they say all the fucking time is what Trump still says this day. We're going after the rapists. We're going after the worst of the worst. Now you see that is just a fucking lie. Only 14% are accused or convicted of a violent crime. So that's 86% of people are fucking, these are innocent people. These are totally innocent people. And it's actually more than that because, again, of the accused people who committed a violent crime, that doesn't mean they actually did. You need to prove that, right? So about 95% of these people totally innocent of any wrongdoing. So it just, I mean, just a nightmare. This is just a nightmare. And I feel like every day I do these segments on ICE. And like I said, I'm at the point where it would be easier for me to come out here and say, here's the handful of crimes they didn't commit. Like, oh, they didn't jaywalk today. Like, because they do all the other crimes all the fucking time. All the time. You come up with some depraved scenario, they fucking did it. They did it. So, man, accountability, justice, consequences, new Nuremberg trials, they have to come sooner rather than later.
So on top of that, your buddy Nick Fuentez has changed his tune once again, and now he's going on a thing. He's saying that like that they are that ICE is being kicked out of Minnesota. Let's go.
Unfair to you.
When I get home, I want you.
Have to check.
We're really at a crossroads here. Look around you. It's drag queens in schools. It's 18-year-olds joining OnlyFans. It's the filth on TikTok. It's this country not having a border. It's the idea that our kids and we, this generation, are never going to own anything. Think about it. Never making an income to support a family. Never being able to have a family. People being corrupted before they're even a teenager by things on their phone. Sick addiction to technology. The future is so bleak. But that has changed the calculation.
God is using me. He's breaking me down, removing all of the, richest person, all of this.
He's doing all this music. So let me get to the point where he talks about
these.
We've got to start to get courageous. And
Republicans are giving some concessions, but it's not enough. And so now we're hurtling towards a partial government shutdown. It will only affect Homeland Security. And even within Homeland Security, it will not affect ICE or Border Patrol, ironically enough. It's only going to affect the Coast Guard, the TSA, the other agencies within Homeland Security. And that will be shut down until there can be some agreement.
Wait, speaking of the shutdown, wasn't there like some kind of weird thing, like some laser beam at some airport in Texas? Didn't something crazy happen where like the airport got shut down because of some kind of weird laser beam that shot down at this airport? So while this is going on, we're going to shut down the government and people are not going to be working in those areas. And what is that going to cause? This is really crazy.
On how we're going to deal with ICE, how the Republicans are going to restrain ICE and their ability to do their duty. So if we have time, we'll talk about that too. Should be a pretty good show. Although I got to admit, it's kind of a slow news day. It's been a very slow week. There's like nothing going on. Content drought. I'm bored. Don't you feel that way? I mean, we are really in the thick of it here. We're second year into the second Trump administration. Winter, it's like the worst 2 months of the year, January and February. By far, in my opinion, the worst 2 months of the year. I feel like there's nothing going on. I was going to cancel the show because I'm like, there's literally nothing to talk about. But I had to do the show because...
But no, hold on. Something is to talk about. Hold on. Before I go into what he says. Now, we're about to do a government shutdown. And meanwhile, FAA lifts El Paso flight restriction after U.S. disables Mexican cartel drones that breached U.S. airspace. That's crazy. So a whole drones came into U.S. airspace and disrupted it, and it grounded all flights in El Paso for 10 days. The Federal Aviation Administration lifted a flight restriction that had grounded all flights to and from El Paso International Airport in Texas. The U.S. government may use deadly force against any aircraft in violation. A Trump administration official told Fox News that the initial lockdown came in response to Mexican cartel drones that breached U.S. airspace. The FAA had announced Wednesday morning that all flights to and from El Paso were grounded, including commercial cargo and general aviation. The restriction was initially set to be effective from February 10th to February 20th. Mexican cartel drones breached U.S. airspace. The Department of War took action to disable the drones. The FAA and the Dow have determined that there is no threat to commercial travel, the officials told Fox News. Trump declares national emergency over Cuba, threatens tariffs on nations that supply oil to communist regime. This is getting crazy, guys. I don't hear a lot of people talking about this, though. Why is nobody talking about this whole FAA El Paso flight restriction that happened? But then they're going to cut down the government. Do you imagine if this would have happened, if there was a government shutdown, and how we would not have been properly manned? We wouldn't have had the right manpower to even do anything about this. It was a while back. I used to have people come up and talk about certain stuff, and they were people were actually enjoying the fact that there might be a government shutdown, counting down to the government shutdown. This is something to count down. We need to be doing this. Meanwhile, you have drones coming in trying to disrupt airspace. Imagine how many lives could have been affected if there was an actual government shutdown because DHS and ICE, because people want to have more money for ICE, which has already enough money. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on facilities all around the United States. And they need more money. Meanwhile, our educational system's going down, our medical system's going down, everything's going down. But we're going to have more law enforcement, more federal law enforcement all over the place, right? So we don't even need food. We don't need food. We don't need freaking medical care. We don't need education. We just need to be controlled and dominated by this police force that's being created by the government. That's what we need. And then you guys are saying, Ice Baby, you think it's about illegal aliens. It's like, but why? Like, I mean, they only like, I think they only like even got 4,000 people out of like, you know, all those illegal aliens in Minnesota. Only 4,000, I think, got like actually deported. So all this effort, all this money being put into something that's not working properly, guys. Let's go.
Because I need to do a victory lap about ICE. I just have to. I don't know. I almost am tired of doing it because I've just done it so many times at this point, and we've been doing it to death. But I just really want to drive it home. I really want to drive the point home for all these people that I was so right and they were so wrong, and they couldn't have been more wrong. And at this point in time, we just have to make them feel bad. We have to demoralize them. And that's honestly why I do it. That's why I do the show. That's why I do shows like this. It is to demoralize. And some of them say that like it's a bad thing, like they figured me out. They're like, he doesn't want you to know that he's running a demoralization campaign. No, I do want you to know. That's exactly what I'm doing. I am intentionally and self-consciously and willfully demoralizing you. And I'm doing it consistently and habitually over time in a concerted effort to make you feel bad, because you need to feel bad. Everybody that voted for this needs to feel bad. You need to feel worse than you feel. You should be embarrassed. And you should feel despair. I want you to feel despair. You need to feel hopeless. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you don't, and if you don't feel bad, I'm not doing my job. If you don't feel despair, you're going to do it all over again in 2028. So people say, are you doing this because you want to help the Democrats? You're a secret liberal. You're a secret Democrat. This is why. Because if I don't absolutely impress upon you how hopeless you need to be, if I don't make you feel despair, you and your shithead idiot family and friends, you're going to do it all over again in 2028. Okay, bookmark this. Screenshot this post, save it in your camera roll, and put a keyword on it so you can AI search it in 3 years. Mark my words. These people that are still trusting the plan, these people that are still coping and shilling, these people that are still meat riding Trump, giggling and slipping it back in, reverse cowgirl on Trump, mark my words. The only reason they are doing it now is because they are preparing you. They are getting you ready for 2-3 years from now, when they are going to try to foist JD Vance upon you. And we're going to do it all over again. We're going to play the same game. So remember in 2024, when I told everybody, don't vote, follow the money. We're getting a war with Iran, corporate tax cuts, H-1Bs, and no mass deportations. Remember when I predicted that in June 2024? And I said, I'm not voting and you shouldn't either. I said, I'm not voting unless he explicitly commits to actually remove everybody, actually implement an immigration moratorium, and specifically refuse regime change in Iran. And everybody said I was crazy. Everybody said I was a plant. I'm a Democrat. Everybody said it's the FBI. And now you learned your lesson. We're on our way to a war with Iran. The army is getting ready. A second aircraft carrier is being prepared.
Wow.
Deportations are over. You need to feel ashamed and embarrassed. You need to be despairing, because they are preparing you. They are getting you ready to do the same thing in 2028. They're going to foist JD Vance, and it's going to be the same rhetoric. Golden Age, a Creed concert. We're going to have a jib jab, staying alive edit, and it's going to be Vance and Vivek and all the usual suspects. So I'm sorry, but we have to do this. We have to do this over and over again until you're ready. But anyway, that's the purpose of it. We'll get into all that tonight. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Go to our merch store, and all these people were there. And dude, there were like a dozen people in kippas at that party. There was like some Mossad chief. There were rabbis. Laura Loomer was there. It is the most Jewish shit you have ever seen in your life. And they all think they're so cool. And it's like, you're not cool. You're fucking Jewish. And anyway, so I was kind of like,
Wait, this is new. I thought he was for the Jews. So he's not for the Jews now? Maybe I missed something.
I saw he was going to be at the party. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, but no. Wang halves are undefeated. They just got mogged. So anyway, so I was enjoying that. I don't know if you saw the stream, but it was great. I don't even know if he knows who those people are, but he didn't even need to. Because he showed up, he felt the vibes were off.
Right, I didn't think he was going to
left.
do that either. That's crazy.
And that's who you are. You know, that I just want all of them to know that's who you are. Clavicular shows up to your party. You know, you guys think you're cool on the internet. You're not. You're just paid money. It's a sinecure. An actual cool, normal young person shows up to your party and is disgusted. An actual cool, normal person shows up to your party. He is there for 5 seconds and he is disgusted. He sees exactly what you are. It took him all of 10 seconds to see exactly what you are. He saw right through you.
Oh no, I'm playing this because I'm like,
and that is going in the G.
I'm playing this because I'm like, this change in his rhetoric. Now I don't know where he I didn't know that he was so anti-Semitic, but you know, or anti-Jew or whatever he wants to call it. So, but like but I watched him in snippets over time. I haven't really actually watched full like on what he has to say. I usually get the snippets of it because I can't digest it all the way because he seemed like such an asshole when he's speaking. But it's interesting how he's taking this new turn. It's weird.
GQ article. It is going in the GQ article. And yeah, so we're enjoying that. So WClav. I was watching the stream. I was watching Sneeko. Sneeko has like no chill. What is this guy's deal? I go into Sneeko's stream and I'm active in the chat. I hop in the stream. He's talking about Islam and I just make a joke. I'm like, I got to get some Zamzam water because that's like, I don't know, the prophet's water supply in Saudi Arabia. So I literally come into Sneeko's stream and I'm like, hey, I got to get some Zamzam water. And dude has zero chill. He just starts ruthlessly attacking Catholics. He's like, oh yeah? Well, Catholics baptize their babies like this. I'm like, dude, like relax. I'm like, I'm out of here. I come into the stream. I'm trying to hang out. And then it's just like.
I thought y'all were besties. Weren't y'all just hanging out 2 days ago? This whole thing is weird. Like, Nick Fuentez don't look. He'll be cool 1 minute and not cool the next. Now he ain't your friend no more. Y'all was just at a party the other day.
Catholics catching strays. He's attacking the Pope, shitting on me. I'm like, is this how you treat your chatters? Now I know what it's like to be a super chatter. I'm literally in the chat just being like innocent and making a joke. And bro took it personally. Bro declared a jihad. I literally go in the live chat. I'm just having fun. And bro's like, Allahu Akbar. I'm like, dude, fucking relax. It's jokes.
Wow.
These fucking towelheads have no chill at all. Can't say anything. I wasn't even making fun of it. I was just saying like, Zamzam water, LOL.
Good point. I think he's trying to get on the winning team. Not sure if he knows which one is the winning team. I'm not sure if I know which one is because 1 minute, you know, people saying, oh yeah, Trump is doing the best. He's doing, you know what I'm saying? And you see that that's not the case. Let's go.
Holy cortisol spike. Sneeko's got like a little high cortisol thing going on. I don't know what that's all about. We need to work on that. The cortisol spike. I don't know what it is. It's like a PTSD from the Clubacost. Sneeko's got a little PTSD from the Clubacost. It's like, you know, when a veteran sees a firework go off and he cries. It's like, I don't know. Anybody says anything to Sneeko and the cortisol spikes and it's a jihad. Anyway, so I was like, okay, I'll go in. I don't need to sit here and get attacked. So I went to Clav stream and I was watching that and it was good stuff. But anyway, he met Brett Cooper. Did you see that? It's just like the greatest show in the world right now. Honest, no meat riding, but the Clav stream is just like, it's the best thing happening on the internet. It just is. Did you see him meet Brett Cooper? Dude, and Brett Cooper, dude, she wants him. It's crazy. She could barely contain herself. She was trying to jump out of her skin. I think she went there just to meet him. She's
Okay, that's enough. Let's see. Where did he get into ICE and what he was going to say about ICE? I don't want to talk.
and he finds out that all of these Somali daycares and nonprofits are Commander Bovino, Commander Holman in Minneapolis. Oh, we're going in.
All right.
Well, we are going to move on. We're going to get into our featured story.
Let's go.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm bored with winning. I am absolutely sick and tired. I am disgusted with all the winning that is going on. Our featured story tonight is all about Tom Holman, who announced at a press conference this morning that the ICE surge in Minneapolis is concluded. It's over. He got up today and said that the surge of thousands of Border Patrol and ICE agents is now officially done. And after they initially withdrew 700 agents last week, they're now withdrawing the rest of the agents. And it's over. And this is the story. This is from the Washington Post. It says, quote, Border Czar Tom Holman declared an end to Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota following widespread protests against immigration raids that led to the fatal shooting of 2 American citizens by ICE agents. Holman alleged the operation led to more than 4,000 arrests since it began on December 1st and said it targeted serious offenders in an effort to improve public safety.
Only 4,000. All that BS over just 4,000 arrests. That seems like a failed operation to me. I mean, I thought you were going to at least be able to say 1 million. 4,000? That's a small number.
4,000 arrests in 77 days. You know how many that is per day? 55. Okay? So all of that for that. Think about it. We deployed, 7,000 ICE and Border Patrol agents into Minneapolis. They were conducting patrols and neighborhood sweeps, and they were doing targeted enforcement. And there were riots and protests, and Targets are getting blown up, and Marriotts are getting torn down, and it's anarchy in the streets, and 2 Americans are dead, and ICE agents are getting beaten to death with shovels. All of that for 55 arrests per day. 55. Okay? Now, in 2025, on average, ICE arrested about 1,000 people per day, and that gave us just around 350,000 arrests for the year, 230,000 removals. Okay? So last year, we did, 1,000 arrests per day, maybe 600 deportations per day. This was 55. Double digits. 55 arrests per day. And this was the biggest surge of ICE and Border Patrol in any city to date. The biggest surge, the biggest operation, Commander Bovino, Commander Holman in Minneapolis. Oh, we're going in. If you're illegal, you better go home. 55 per day. A grand total of 4,000 in 80 days. 4,000 in 80 days. Dude, it should be 4,000 every fucking day. It should be 4,000 per day, not 4.
Oh, and let people say, oh, it's because of the protesters. You know. You mean to tell me that protesters was able to stop, like, how many, like, I every time they would be jumping out, it'd be like 5 and 6 of them at a time. So you mean to tell me some little protesters with their whistles was able to stop y'all from really, like, hitting y'all numbers like that?
1,000 in 2.5 months. And that's your biggest operation since Trump got into office, and now it's over. Okay? Just for context, these are the numbers. The article goes on and says, Holman's announcement came 2 weeks after Trump officials removed Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, who had been leading the operation. Holman said the operation was ending because Ellison had agreed that state and local jails might work with ICE to detain and deport immigrants who have been arrested for crimes. He said officials may notify officers about an immigrant's imminent release and allow them to make arrests inside jails instead of on the street. Minnesota officials have said they already communicate with ICE and facilitate the transfer of serious offenders from state prisons. So just so you understand what that is, we'll explain it a little bit more in a minute, but what they're describing, they're saying that ICE is leaving the city because now if someone gets arrested for murder and they go to jail, the police will give that person to ICE. So they're saying, we don't need 5,000 ICE agents in the city because now we have an agreement where if someone gets arrested for a horrible, violent crime, well, then they'll just get turned over to ICE. And this is a relief. This is supposed to be good news.
Right after the fact.
That's an Obama era policy. That should already be happening. That is already happening. That's a given. Of course, if someone gets arrested for a violent murder, they get deported. Of course, they get turned over to ICE. That's the status quo. They already do that. But more on that in a moment. It says Holman acknowledged internal failures in Operation Metro Surge, noting he increased internal affairs presence in Minnesota and informed officers there is zero tolerance for misconduct. He also said he required Border Patrol agents to embed with ICE officers who have more experience with internal enforcement and issued body-worn cameras to officers. In a sign of fissures in Trump's camp, Holman acknowledged the hate from some Republicans who want the president to keep his pledge to deport undocumented immigrants regardless of their criminal history. Holman said, "Oh, we are, but we're prioritizing those who are the biggest threat to our community, the rapists, the murderers, child molesters. That's the right thing to do." So Republicans are unhappy, saying we want every illegal immigrant deported. And Tom Holman said, "Oh, we're definitely going to deport everybody, but first we're going to do this targeted enforcement." Just one problem. Washington Post says that approach would not enable Trump to deport millions as he and Miller have promised. More than 11 million unlawful immigrants reside in the United States. As of mid-2024, fewer than 700,000 immigrants had criminal histories. Okay. So let me paint a picture for you about this administration. It is 2026. We are entering the second year of this administration. And this mass deportation thing, it is already finished. It's already cooked. It's over. Think about it. Trump deploys the biggest surge of immigration enforcement personnel to Minneapolis to date. You've got thousands and thousands and thousands of ICE, Border Patrol. I believe there were even a few hundred National Guard at one point. And they deploy in Minneapolis, remember, in response to the fraud which was discovered in the Somali community, that Somalians were stealing upwards of $8 billion in government money for these fraudulent nonprofits and programs. And so in response to this discovery, this is supposed to be a showcase. This is supposed to be a demonstration of force. It's not strictly about the numbers. It's also about establishing a precedent. Think about it. You have this YouTuber that goes in and he finds out that all of these Somali daycares and nonprofits are a front. This is a fraud operation, and they are defrauding the taxpayer out of billions and billions of dollars for fake food nonprofits and for disabled people and homeless and everything you can think of. And so Trump, in the spirit of mass deportations and law and order, deploys a small army of ICE, Border Patrol, National Guard to get to the bottom of it and deport these people. And again, it's not just about the numbers. It's about sending a message. And the message is, this is Trump's America. And in Trump's America, we are going to protect the integrity of our system. And that means not just our immigration laws, but also the public dole, also the tax base. Because after all, why would anybody pay taxes if it's just being taken and given knowingly to people that shouldn't even be here so that they can buy luxury cars or give it to people in Somalia? Because that's what's going on. People are paying taxes and the government knows it's fraudulent, but they're making the payments anyway. And these foreigners are taking that money and they're buying luxury goods, and they are sending it back in the form of remittances and who knows, other kinds of corruption to their homeboys in Mogadishu. So Trump goes in to say, we are bringing it and we don't play around. And this is what happens if you fuck with America. If you break the laws, we are going to come down on you very hard. Okay. Well, Trump goes out there and again, they're not even doing anything. Okay. And this is something that needs to be acknowledged at the beginning. They're doing all of this. And, you know, if we back it up to where we were back in December, realize they're not even doing anything. There's this big show of force, but that's really all it is. It's just a show. They have DHS investigations going door to door for the cameras so they can post on social media, so they can tell the public, hey, we're doing something about it.
Remember when I showed like how they were showing ICE and they were showing like these protesters, and it'd be like 10 protesters, but then they got their cameras there to make it seem like it's like this big protest going on where it's not even that big of a protest. All this stuff contrived for the camera. Exactly.
They're not getting to the bottom of anything. They're not really making any arrests. They're not uncovering any huge scandal. They are literally there as a
political theater. It's all political theater. Just like when Trump allegedly that attempt. And come on now.
And these foreigners are taking that money and they're buying luxury goods, and they are sending it back in the form of remittances and who knows, other kinds of corruption to their homeboys in Mogadishu. So Trump goes in to say, we are bringing it and we don't play around. And this is what happens if you fuck with America. If you break the laws, we are going to come down on you very hard. Okay. Well, Trump goes out there and again, they're not even doing anything. Okay. And this is something that needs to be acknowledged at the beginning. They're doing all of this. And, you know, if we back it up to where we were back in December, realize they're not even doing anything. There's this big show of force, but that's really all it is. It's just a show. They have DHS investigations going door to door for the cameras so they can post on social media, so they can tell the public, hey, we're doing something about it. They're not getting to the bottom of anything. They're not really making any arrests. They're not uncovering any huge scandal. They are literally there as a show of force and nothing else. That's all it is a big gesture. It's a big performance. It's a demonstration. And literally for the cameras. They have people there in uniform. They have walking a beat on foot so that their social media person can film it and they can issue a press release and they can post it on the socials. And that way Carpe Donkdom and Cat Turd and DC Drano can retweet it to their idiot followers and defend this ridiculous administration. And they can say, see, it's not a total corrupt disaster. They're doing something. So let's just get it straight. It's totally fake to begin with. They're not even doing anything. And we know that now that it is over. 55 arrests per day? How many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Somalis live in Minnesota? How many of them are there on TPS? How many of them are there on a temporary protected status technicality that was actually revoked last year? And you're arresting only 55 people per day? There's a lot more than 4,000 illegal immigrants in the city of Minneapolis. It's a big city. That's for openers. So you have this horrific scandal, and it's a layered scandal. It's illegals. They're illegals from Africa. They're Muslim. They're complete aliens and foreigners. Somalia has like the lowest human development index in the world. I think they're like 193rd or 192nd. They're like bottom of the barrel, literally the worst country in the world. They're all here illegally, and they're stealing. So Trump sends in DHS to pretend like they're doing enforcement. In response to the performance, you have the radical left activated. And I know some people take issue with my use of the phrase radical left, but that's what they are. These are local activist cells. These are local chapters of different groups. They are socialist, they are communist, progressive, far left. And that is the basis under which they're organizing. Like, that's what they are. They are far left, decentralized, networked, extremely organized on social media, funded, some say by billionaires, and I tend to believe that. And so the far left deploys into the city to thwart the deportations. And you've seen this. They're organizing in signal chats. There's some claims that they're working with the government, that the mayor is in on this, that the governor's in on this. But
hold on. How many Somalians were actually deported? When they say out of that 4 million, how many of them were Somali? If the case was the fact that they were trying to get the Somalians out that did all this, whatever, how many Somalians were deported out of that 4,000?
That some of the Democrat city machine is in on these activist group chats, and they're organizing to basically harass and impede ICE and Border Patrol. And you've seen the videos on social media. They're taking pictures of license plates to identify ICE vehicles. Then they've got spotters placed around the city to look out for the vehicles. And when they see them, they then deploy the activists. And they deploy them in vehicles and on foot to either harass the vehicles, honking the horns, alerting illegals, or they're using their vehicles to box in ICE, or they're on foot getting in the face of ICE agents and physically confronting them, harassing them, impeding their operations, impeding actual arrests and law enforcement duties. And so this is happening now in Minneapolis. Again.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to drop the link. Can someone explain to me? Go and find out how many Somalians, because this whole thing was about deporting Somalians. How many Somalians got deported out of that 4,000? And was this like a loss? Like did Trump go in there with this whole thing and we're gonna like get these Somalians, and nobody really got deported from Somalia? And then, oh, okay, do we want to blame the protesters for that? Or do we want to blame that these people were not trained enough to go into a situation? They didn't train them on crowd control in that aspect. They just taught them just basic ICE stuff, and they didn't even know how to deal with it. There was going to be crowds of people trying to stop them and and bringing attention to their vehicles, etc. Let's go.
Layers to it. In response to this, Trump sends in a few hundred National Guard and he beefs up the presence. Initially, there were only a few thousand ICE agents. Trump beefed it up. I think he doubled those numbers, increased them by 50, 100%. And he bolstered that with Border Patrol to deal with the protesters. So you have a small contingent there to make the arrests of the illegals and investigate the fraud. Protesters come out in full force. So then Trump deploys National Guard and Border Patrol to deal with the protesters. Well, the protesters only escalate. The agitators only escalate, and their numbers are growing. And there's these huge protests and huge encounters. And as we all know, what happens next? They start getting killed. Renee Good gets killed. Alex Preddy gets killed. And there's this convulsion across the whole country. You get the wall-to-wall media coverage. There's riots in Minneapolis, huge protests coast to coast. There's this effort on social media unlike anything I've seen since George Floyd. I see people on Instagram posting about, we need to support immigrant voices and we need resources in the community and all that kind of stuff. It all makes a big reappearance. And this is where we are in January. And this is actually the moment of decision, okay? It's all, you have to understand, everything is building up to this point. And when I say everything, I mean everything. When Trump ran in 2016, he said, we have an illegal immigration problem. There's way too many of them here. There's way too many coming over. We have an open border. We need to build a wall and kick these people out. And he has fought so hard for 10 years. The election of 16, the impeachments, the fraudulent election in 20, the Stop the Steal, the J6, the indictments, the assassination, elected in 24. It is to deal with this problem. It is to deal with the globalization of our country through population replacement. And so we are here. He runs on a platform of mass deportations to undo the 10 million that Biden brought in. And there's this mandate to achieve it because the problem is so out of control. Trump gets $150 billion, I think it's $190 billion with the big, beautiful bill last year for this purpose, for a wall, for ICE, for deportations, to do this. Okay, so we've arrived. We're here. This is a moment of decision. This is the confrontation. We have fought all this time to get to this point. Elections, impeachments, indictments, prison sentences, censorship, assassinations and assassination attempts, appropriations, just to get to this point where the rubber meets the road and ICE is finally going to go into these major cities and start rounding these people up and throwing them out. And as expected, this is not going to happen without pushback. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to deport 20 million people without resistance. You're not going to do the largest deportation operation in U.S. history without encountering some pushback. It's not going to be easy. So here we are. We've arrived. What does Trump do? Well, like always, he completely and totally and unambiguously cucks. He chickens out, surrenders, capitulates immediately. He folds. This was your moment. And by the way, it could be no other way. There is no other way this could go. If you want to deport 10 million people in 4 years, you need to deport thousands and thousands of people every single day. If you're deporting thousands of people every single day, you know what's going to happen? Some people are going to fucking die. It's just the way it is. Thousands of people every day for years. Yes, some people are going to be arrested who are citizens. And it's a big mistake and a misunderstanding, but statistically, it's going to happen. If you're going to deport 10 million people, what are the odds that one of them or a dozen of them or 100 of them are going to get caught up in this accidentally?
I said that. I said that people are going to slip through the cracks. What they'll do is they'll arrest everybody and then sort it out later, and then you'll be inconvenienced. You might get shipped to a whole nother state and then have to figure out how to get home. I said that earlier. Well, I was fear-mongering then. But when I look up how many Somalians got deported, right? Do you know only 2,500 Somalians nationwide, not Minnesota? So out of the 4,000 people that got deported in Minnesota, there was only 2,500 nationwide that were Somalians. So if the whole thing was to stop whatever like was going on with the Somalians, that's a failed operation because guess what? 80,000 Somalians live in America. Only 2,500 throughout nationwide have been deported. Is that less than 1%? That's less than 1%, right? Is that what is that? Okay. Hundreds of Somalians in hundreds. That's it, hundreds. So maybe like 500, 800 before it gets to 1,000. It didn't say thousands, it said hundreds. That means maybe like 500 Somalians. So all this effort, right, that was put into going to Somalia with the legal status, because the vast majority of 80,000 Somali Minnesotans are U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, or have other legal documentation. So they weren't able to deport them. So this whole thing, based on this whole thing about Somalians doing this, doing that, didn't even. It was a loss. It didn't even. It's a waste of tax dollars. Let's go.
And so the media is going to say due process, Fourth Amendment, out of control, right? It's inevitable. And if they're saying that, and if illegals are being hauled out of their communities, and if there's a huge ICE visible presence in the streets, there's going to be left-wing protests. To get thousands and thousands of people out, you're going to need a shit ton of cops everywhere, all the time. And they're going to be militarized. And they're going to be hauling a lot of people out that don't want to leave. So they're going to be crying and screaming and carrying on and resisting. And some of them are going to get their asses kicked. And some of them are going to get separated from their kids. And like I said, some of them are going to be detained improperly or mistakenly. And all of this is going to create resistance. Resistance from the left, which is sympathetic to these people. Resistance from the Democrat machine, which relies on them to harvest votes and other things. Resistance even from the business community, because they rely on these people for cheap labor and for consumption and other things. So, in other words, it could go no way other than this. Then you're going to get massive backlash. You're going to get protests. You're going to get riots. You're going to get agitators attacking ICE. All of this is unavoidable. And what are you going to do to those people? You got to arrest them and kill them. If you have left-wing agitators firebombing ICE facilities, shooting ICE officers with a sniper rifle, boxing them in with an SUV with an AR-15 in your lap, if they're getting in the middle of an arrest, if they're running over an ICE agent with a car, you know what? Yeah, a lot of these people need to be arrested, and some of them, it's unavoidable, they're going to be in an officer-involved shooting. And that's going to provoke more of a response. But this is the fight. There's a word for this. It's called a war. Okay? And war is not easy. War is the highest form of human organization. And this is what it is. Fighting for every inch, every hill, every valley, every river, every choke point, taking land, and you're advancing. And you're going to take shots, and some people around you are going to go down, and there's going to be complications, but you deal with it, and you advance. You always advance. It's a war, and this is what it's going to be. Don't you realize this? There were a lot of people when these protesters got killed who said, I support mass deportations, but not like this. There's no other way. How would you physically remove 10 million people from this country and not make any mistakes? How would you do it? How would you remove 10 million people without asking somebody, do you speak English? Without accidentally detaining somebody that happens to be a citizen? How do you do this without provoking a left-wing response that is violent? And how do you do that without one of them dying? I mean, you saw those videos of Alex Preddy. This guy was unhinged. He was deranged. He got his ribs broken by ICE. In another altercation, he's flailing around, kicked the taillights out of one of ICE's cars. He got thrown to the ground. This guy was a lunatic. He's there with a loaded gun in his waistband and 2 other magazines in his car. What was he there to do? What are we supposed to do with a guy like that? And it's inevitable that guys like that are going to be created by a policy like this at volume. So this is the fight. And if you're not willing to stomach some dead agitators, if you're not willing to stomach some brutal tactics to put down these protests, tear gas and riot shields and all that stuff, if you can't stomach family separation, if you can't stomach the militarization of ICE, then you don't want mass deportations. And you know what else? If you don't want mass deportations, then you get a mass amnesty. There's no other option. You either get all of that, with mass deportations. And if you don't deport 10 million people, then 10 million people just got an amnesty. 30 million people just got an amnesty. 30, 40, 50 million, however many there are, they just got an amnesty. They just got a free passport to the United States, and their kids won the lottery. Citizenship and a passport, and that is their ticket to our schools and our healthcare. That is a ticket to our welfare system. That is a ticket to our welfare state, our safety net, voting, all of it. And that's unacceptable. If you amnesty 30 million people, you don't have a country. What right at that point do you have to say that some other foreign national can't come here and overstay their welcome? You can't. You amnesty 30 million people, you don't have a country. You don't have a border. And what credibility do any of the laws have? If 30 million people can come here, they're here illegally, they should be removed, and they're staying against our will. We don't have a country at that point. So this is how it happened.
You know what? I have never agreed with Nick Fuentez in my life, but I'm going to say this. I agree with what he's saying. You know what? I agree. Sorry.
To be. All of this. It's necessary that it's necessary to get to the conclusion to go through these things. The only way out is through all of this. And what does Trump do at the moment of decision? Total surrender. Before Renee Good was even shot, the White House was talking about recalibrating. Remember? Before Renee Good was even shot, before her body hit the floor, the White House was talking about changing the strategy and recalibrating and focusing on those so-called criminal illegal aliens. Remember? Then Renee Good got shot, and Trump went on a press conference and said, we're only deporting the criminals. Then the other guy got shot. They relieved Bovino. They pulled out 700 ICE officers. Kristi Noem started talking about body cams. Stephen Miller started blaming everybody else. And it was over. And now they have slow-walked it, but ultimately they are retreating. First, they took out Bovino. Then they pulled out 700 guys. They did it in a graduated way over the course of a month. And now in the middle of February, they say the whole thing is over. We're pulling everybody out. What else would you call this other than an utter surrender? This is a total surrender. And I see a lot of Trump supporters saying, no, that's because we won. No, they're not all the ICE agents are leaving. What else would you call this? And how do you think the left interprets this? You have the John Brown Gun Club deploying to Minneapolis. You've got these progressives and communists, DSA. They're all over Minneapolis. They're establishing checkpoints. They're getting in the face of ICE officers, overwhelming them and attacking them. And ICE makes the announcement, we're leaving. Our commander that everyone hates, he's out. He got sent to some other state. We pulled 700 out 2 weeks ago. Now we're all leaving. What kind of message do you think that sends to the left? Well, it's obvious to anybody who isn't delusional. The message that this sends to the left is that agitation works. If you dox ICE agents, if you attack their cars, if you interfere in their duties, if you riot outside their hotels, if you riot in Target, if you scream in their face, they will leave. If you increase the unpleasantness, if you show up and cause problems, well, the Trump administration has no balls and they will leave. If all you have to do is go out, all you have to do is go out and bang on pots and pans. All you have to do is go out and break the laws, run over some ICE agents, and they will back down. They will retreat. In other words, you will get what you want. Rioting works. You don't like what the government is doing? Just riot and they'll stop. You don't like that the government is deporting illegals? Just riot outside their hotel. Dox them, intimidate them, attack law enforcement, and they will stop the thing that you don't like. They will leave. And do you know what happens when you say...
You know what I think happened? I think that they were not trained to handle it. And all those ICE agents probably were having to get like some kind of mental fucking help because they were not mentally prepared for what they were going to encounter when they encountered their own people going against them. When they went to this Minnesota, and it wasn't just illegal immigrants, it was their own people fighting against them. When they looked across the line and saw another person that looked just like them hating on them, they couldn't handle that hatred because they weren't trained for it. 47 days is not enough to train anybody, and I kept saying that. I said these people are ill-equipped for what they're dealing with. I said that throughout this whole time. You don't put a person into a situation with only a month of training and say, okay, well, there you go, going out there, here you go. And you're dealing with hatred, you're dealing with people willing to like die for whatever cause, even though it's different causes happen at the same time. You know, you got one group that's talking about one thing, another group talking about another. All of them have their own different stories on why they're out there. And everybody's attacking you viciously, and you don't even know. Like you think that you're doing something, a worthy cause for the United States, and come to find out, it's like no, you're looking across the line. You're not seeing illegal immigrants protesting you. You're seeing your own American citizens protesting what you're doing, and that has to be a mind f for anyone that actually came and took that little $10,000 like money. That's what I think happened. Let's go.
And that message to the left-wing agitators, they do more of it. They get emboldened. You just taught them something, which is if we riot, we get our way. So what do you think they're going to do more of? They're going to riot more. They're doxing, swatting, attacking Trump administration officials. Stephen Miller has to live on a military base because of the death threats. A lot of them do now. A lot of them need around-the-clock security. ICE agents have to wear masks because they know that if they don't, they're going to get doxed, and left-wing psychos might kill them. And you just taught every left-wing psycho and schizo, every tranny, every wannabe Luigi Mangione, every wannabe Tyler Robinson, hey, it works. Do more of that. The Trump administration will back down. They won. The left won, and Trump let them win. He served it up on a silver platter. He just gave up. And here's the best part. We're in the right. We have the law on our side. Trump is the president. He was elected. He won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. It wasn't a trick. He won the election on a platform of mass deportations. He won the House and the Senate. It also happens to be the law. He is using law enforcement to physically remove people that are here illegally. So we have everything going for us. You've got the popular mandate. You've got the executive branch. We are right. We have the law on our side. These are cops. This is federal law enforcement. The illegals shouldn't be here, and the agitators can't beat up law enforcement. And we gave up. We could use the law. We could use ICE. We could use the $200 billion for DHS, and we could throw all these fucking people in jail, and we would have every right, and it would be legal. And we have a mandate to do it. We could put these people under the jail if we had the political will. What's stopping us? Not judges, not Democrats, nobody. You've got, how many ICE agents did they hire? 12,000? You got the detention space.
That comment right there. This country is way too massive to enforce that kind of immigration enforcement. That's why they had to like hyper focus on Minnesota. And what they found out is that they were too big for their britches, bro. You can't just train people for 40 days and 40 nights and throw them out there and think that they could like actually make something happen. I think people got spooked. They got spooked, period.
You got the budget. Isn't that what the big, beautiful bill was all about? This was a decisive confrontation over mass deportations and against the left, and Trump blinked, and he lost. And what does that say about the country? Who's really in charge here? Well, we just sent the message that the anarchists are in charge. Think about it. Illegals are squatting in our country. The actual native-born citizens and the taxpayers are saying, hey, get the fuck out. You need to leave. You don't belong here. You cheated. You cut the line. This is not right. This isn't fair. We have a very generous system. How many immigrants do we allow to come here legally? Through family-based migration, chain migration, refugee program, visa lottery, work visas. This is a very generous nation. You fucking people have no right to be here. You're not refugees. You're not asylum seekers. You're economic migrants. You are here because it is preferable to live in our country that our ancestors built as opposed to your shithole country. Now, that doesn't make you an asylum seeker because you're poor over there. It just means you'd prefer to live here. Well, it's the obligation of our government to protect our stuff and the integrity of our borders and our laws and our quality of life, the order in our society. We go to the illegals and say, hey, get out. Well, they just vetoed that decision. We elected a president to physically remove them, and they vetoed that. No, we're not going anywhere. Again, we have law enforcement. Law enforcement is going in, arresting the agitators, the illegals, the protesters. The agitators are breaking the law. It's disorderly conduct. It's borderline insurrection. They're running checkpoints. They're vandalizing private property. They're assaulting law enforcement, spitting on them, punching them, vandalizing their cars. Once again, who's in control here? We elect a president, even in the other case, to deploy the National Guard to restore law and order in the left-wing cities. In Chicago, in D.C., in New York City, in L.A. What do? They riot. Once again, who's in control? The criminals. The agitators, the communists, the anarchists, the murderers.
No, I'm saying, listen, my thing is that you don't throw nobody into no shit with all that little training and say, oh, okay, and don't train them on crowd control and all this other stuff. There's no way you can actually throw a person into a situation where you're looking across the line and seeing people that look just like you that are angry, seething, different points of view, whatever that. Then you got some people with POW flags, groups over here about this. Honey, it's mass confusion going on. They don't even know who they're even fighting against. They come in to like get this person deported, and honey, it's all type of people, POWs and whatever flags. You don't even know who is the enemy at this point. And they were not trained enough to even handle that. When a police officer kills a person, right? You know that the other police officers are taught how to de-escalate that person and bring them down into and show them, okay, all right, go ahead and breathe, do this, do that. I'm sure that when that guy shot that person 10 times, I'm sure he was in shambles, bro. You can't tell me that he was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I've seen police officers shoot somebody and how their reaction is. There's no way that this guy did not have an adverse reaction knowing that he had just killed somebody. Were the other officers trained on how to de-escalate him and actually help him in his mentality after he had did that? Even the one who killed Renee. I mean, he was actually trained. He'd been an ICE officer for some time. But this guy, I'm not sure who he is and how long he'd been with ICE. But I'm sure that if he was one of those people that got trained 47 days and jumped in right into it, I'm sure that the officers, that even if he wasn't, the other officers didn't even know how to de-escalate him and to mentally help him prepare for what he had done. You can't kill somebody and not have some kind of a reaction like, oh shit, I just killed somebody. And it takes your own fellow officer to say, hey, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Even in the military, there's like ways, how to okay, you know what I'm saying? All right, come over here, breathe, because there's so much adrenaline that happens when you actually kill somebody. You got to just get this person to de-escalate his own mentality and the mental state that he's in now that he knows that he has finally taken another person's life. And if you don't have a training for that and training that you might have to kill somebody, honey, I'm sure, like I said, that you would be on top. ICE agents were quitting. They were quitting. Let's go.
The burglars, the carjackers, these corrupt Democrat machines. Think about why we're even there. We are there because the Democrat political machine in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, is funneling taxpayer money to this criminal illegal alien population. What a sucker you are. You're a citizen. You were born here. Your ancestors were born here. They built this place. You actually work. You obey the laws. You own a home. You pay your taxes. And the Democrat machines take your taxpayer money that you work for, and they give it to illegal aliens that have no right to be here from shithole countries that hate us so that they can send it home. And then they work with agitators when the government tries to deport those people. And you have a Jewish mayor, Jacob Fry, that says, get the fuck out of our city. And the agitators attack the cops. And this is our country now. That's who's in control. That's who's in control in LA, New York, Chicago, Minneapolis, DC. That is who is in control of our country. The homeless.
No, what's so crazy is he's actually on the right. I don't know if he's changed now or what, if he's taken a pivot, but From what I understood, Nick Fuentes is very much like, I mean, almost to the far right, super duper far right, white supremacist, like nationalist. And yeah, this is what he's saying. See, this guy's like, oh, who's this guy in the suit? Is he a Democrat? No, he's an actual far right person, you know, and it's interesting to me to see this pivot. Let's go.
The vagabonds, the burglars, carjackers, murderers, illegal aliens, scammers, fraudsters, corrupt politicians. That is who is in control. And, you know, the whole point of electing Trump is that he was going to fight those people on our behalf. Wasn't that the shtick? You know, fight, fight, fight. Remember that? Remember when Trump raised his fist and said, fight, fight, fight? And they said that 6 million times at the convention. Trump is going to fight. He's our voice. He's going to win for us. He is a bitch. Trump is a bitch. He chickens out. I mean, what do we have to lose here? You want to know why they surrendered and retreated? Because they're worried about the midterms. You want to know why? Because the Chamber of Commerce.
I am not, I don't label myself a black anything, liberal, conservative. Most black people are conservative, you know. I would say I'm probably more conservative than liberal, but I don't agree with what's happening, how it went down. I think that it should be more organized. I'm a veteran. I know how military operations should work. I know how law enforcement should work. This was not proper execution of law enforcement, and that's why he lost, because he didn't do it right. Trump, he should have went to the military. He wants to talk about how people went to the military. If he would have spent some time in the military, he would have known how to properly do this with zero casualties. But because he has no military training, he doesn't understand how to properly execute anything. And he makes fun of military. Like he made fun of John McCain and all this other stuff. Like he doesn't have any respect for the military mindset. You don't go into a place without no training. You don't just throw a bunch of people onto the streets and say, okay, have at it. You don't do that.
Called up and said, we don't like all these protests in the Target parking lot. We don't like all these protests outside our Marriott hotels. That's why. Because the Republican conference called up and said, hey, we're going to lose the midterms if this keeps up. This is really unpopular. That's why. That's why they're stopping. It is a decision that Trump made. Trump could do it. You're the president of the United States. You won the election. You have the law on our side. He could do it. He won't, because he doesn't have it in him. And this loss cannot be overstated. Like, think about what we're now involved in. Like, think about what Trump is doing. He's going after his political opponents, like James Comey and all these other people, and these executive orders and the things that he's saying. And the way that they're deploying ICE and doing this performative stuff, look at how much you have pissed off the left. These people are insane. Another tranny shooting in Canada happens all the time now. Tranny school shootings, left-wing trannies assassinating people. These people are emboldened. You got guys like Zohran Mamdani say they want to tax white neighborhoods to pay for free shit for the poor. You got this guy running in Texas who says it's class warfare against the billionaires. We got to eat the rich. California, they're doing a wealth tax. And I know it's on billionaires and everything, but these Democrats are emboldened. The left is emboldened by what they're seeing, and they don't play. Trump has pissed them off royally. He has challenged them. They are coming back with a vengeance, and now Trump doesn't want to fight. Now Trump is totally caved. Who is going to be left now to pick up the pieces with all these people? When a Democrat wins in 2028 because of all this, what are they going to do to us? Trump is going to be fine. He'll pardon himself. He'll be in Qatar.
Man, Trump is too busy worried about the Epstein files and all that bullish coming out about him being and fooling around with them kids. I think that he's like the ICE is the least of my worries now. You know, he probably ain't even paying attention to ICE. That thing is just running on its own steam. You know, because now he has to worry about his name coming up in all these files and what's going on with that.
He'll be in the Middle East somewhere with his family. What are we going to do? Do you know that when a Democrat gets back in, they're going to eradicate ICE? They're going to abolish ICE. They're going to open the borders. They're going to undo everything Trump did, and they're going to go in the complete opposite direction.
That's not true, because every Democrat that I looked up, they all talk about immigration, like getting rid of immigrants. There was a whole thing I was playing, I think yesterday, where it was like every Democrat that they played was like, yeah, we got to get rid of immigrants. And also, when you actually see, they're all saying the same thing. So I don't think that just because they're a Democrat that they're like, oh yeah, we got to bring up all these immigrants into the country. What are we talking about here?
This is what I warned you about. These are these second order consequences that nobody wanted to think about. Remember in 2024, I said that if we elect Trump and he doesn't do these things, if he shits the bed, that he is going to be an albatross and he's going to drag us all down. He's going to get blamed for everything.
Well, you can't stop Trump from shitting the bed, honey. He wears diapers. He gonna shit the bed. He gonna shit the bed.
Body-worn cameras to officers. He was unhinged. He was deranged. Of all this, what are they going to do to us? Trump is going to be fine. He'll pardon himself. It's going to get worse. This mass deportation thing is on hold. It is on an indefinite pause while Republicans try to salvage their party in the midterms. But they're not going to do anything risky or sensational or effective until then. And then you get your lame duck period. The Democrats get seated. And then, just like they're doing right now, Democrats are defunding DHS, and they don't even control any chamber. They have a minority in the Senate, and they're using it to
defunding DHS. How much money have DHS got this whole time? Why? I mean, how many millions of billions? How much they need? They don't need, like, I mean, come on. They took money out of like the Department of Education. And all that money that they like was able to save that Trump was able by cutting down with Doge and all this stuff went to DHS. 300,000 people lost their jobs. Okay, that means that all that salary went straight to DHS. How much more of our tax dollars do you need to go into a place and fake like you're doing something? Half-trained people don't even know how to even deal with crowd control. You should have seen them out there. Don't even know how to get in a straight line and march or nothing. Don't even know how to set up a perimeter. Come on now. I mean, I looked at this stuff like this is a joke. They're walking. No one's walking in step with each other. Everybody just marching, just crazy looking. No organization whatsoever.
Fund Homeland Security over this. Wait until they control the House. Wait until they balance it out in the Senate. And they're going to shut this government down. It's going to be subpoenas, impeachments, indictments, select committees. It's going to be government shutdowns until you get sick to your stomach. And that's going to roll right through to 2028. And that is your second Trump administration. Those are your mass deportations. And here's the worst part, totally avoidable. Who do you have to blame? I mean, fuck these people. Fuck Tom Homan, fuck Stephen Miller, and fuck Trump. You let us down. You surrendered. You lost. Think about how they played these people up. Stephen Miller is autistically thinking about how to deport more people. Tom Homan is the man. Dude, Tom Homan went to Minneapolis to wrap it up. Trump sent Tom Homan to Minneapolis to facilitate the retreat, to facilitate the orderly surrender of ICE to the fucking communists and these Somali scammers and the illegal immigrants. And that is exactly what happened. I don't want to hear anything different from the plan trusters. That is exactly what happened. They went in there because of the YouTuber. They went in there because of Nick Shirley to deport the Somali scammers. They decisively lost. And Tom Homan was deployed to facilitate the orderly surrender of the city to the Jewish Democrat mayor, to Tim Walz, to the Somalians, to the illegals, to the Democratic Socialist hicklibs. And that is what has happened. And they have nobody to blame but themselves. You can't blame the Democrats. You can't blame Biden. You can't blame anybody. That's on you. That's on Stephen Miller. That's on Kristi Noem. That's on Tom Homan. And ultimately, that is on Donald Trump because the buck stops with him. It comes from the top. You can't blame bad advisors or bad personnel because he hired all of them. That is Trump's fault. And I don't know why anybody would vote for Republicans in 2026. I don't know why anybody would even bother showing up because what are we getting out of it? They said mass deportations to trick you into voting for them. They had no intention of doing it, and now they're letting us down. No mass deportation. We're staying home in the midterms. Forget it. How could you even have the audacity to ask Republicans to turn out when you have buried the Epstein files, we are on our way to bomb Iran a second time, and you have surrendered Minneapolis? to the Somalian scammers. Why would anyone pay taxes for that matter? Think about how raped we are as a people. How raped can you possibly be? This is our country. We were born here. Our ancestors built it. We have citizenship. We obey the laws. We pay the taxes. We own the property. And you have illegal Muslim Africans scamming the government out of money. The Democrats are in on it. And if we try to fix the problem, they riot and ICE just walks away. They just walk away. When these degenerate freaks like Alex Preddy, who, you know, I'm glad he's dead. When Alex Preddy, this psycho deranged maniac, goes to confront ICE and dies in the process, and the left is rioting, Trump and Border Patrol and ICE, they just walk away. They just give it to him without a fight. And you go and vote for more of it. You go and vote for more of that. I don't do it. I don't do it. I have some pride. People say lesser of two evils. I have some pride. I'm not going to vote for somebody to say they're going to fight for me and then surrender to my enemies. I'm not going to affirm that. I'm not going to positively affirm that. You don't get my vote. You don't get my vote of confidence after that. And that's exactly what took place here. And pay attention. All these people that are making excuses, make a mental note, because they are going to expect you to eat shit again and again and again. The same people that you see on Twitter that are trying to spin this, the same people that you see on Twitter that are trying to pretend like this isn't a surrender, they're saying, actually, it's a win. Actually, Trump bent Tim Walz over. Anybody that is saying that, make a mental note, because the only reason they're saying it is because they are being paid under the table by the GOP, and they're going to try to get you right back on the hamster wheel in 28, and they're going to get you to eat shit all over again. You think it'll be different with JD Vance? Why would it be different? He's a vice president. Why would it be different? And by the way, where is JD, huh? Where is our guy, JD? Isn't it funny how JD, you know, our guy that's just like us, that plays Halo, the kind of guy that would order pizza with you and drink Code Red. You ever notice that JD is always there throwing himself in front of the cameras when it's something that the base likes? Like when Charlie Kirk died, he was all over the funeral and he was on the Charlie Kirk show. Remember that? Whenever it's a photo op for one of these issues that the base likes, he was at the Turning Point convention, you know, JD is there. But when the Epstein files are being buried, where's our guy? I thought the posters were in control. I thought the frogs were in control. Where's our guy, JD? Where's our based vice president that follows all of the edgy accounts on Twitter? Where is he? When the Jewish sex trafficking ring is being covered up by his president, by his boss. Where's JD when ICE is retreating from Minneapolis and giving the city to the anarchists and the communists? Where's our guy now? Is he only there when there's a photo op? Is he only there when he can make a pitch to the base for the 2028 Republican primary? Because when this administration's crashing and burning, he's very careful about not being anywhere in proximity then. Very careful not to appear. He's not really working behind the scenes, not really in front of the camera either. Where's our guy? Where's Stephen Miller? Where's JD? Where are these people? Where are all these based people that are going to run our government for us because Trump is out to lunch? Where are they? Stephen Miller is a Jew, okay? And he knows that, and you may not care about that, but he cares about that. You may think it's arbitrary. He doesn't, okay? And JD Vance is whatever they need him to be. When JD thought that Trump was going to lose, he was a never-Trumper. And when he thought that Trump was going to fail, he was calling Trump a Nazi on CNN. And when it became apparent that he was going to need Trump's endorsement, suddenly he was at NatCon, which is going to be in Jerusalem this year, by the way. And now he's a national conservative. He's whatever they need him to be.
I don't agree with the whole Jew thing and talking about bad about the Jews and stuff, because that's why.
Because of the vax mandate, because you wore a MAGA hat. How many people got censored or lost their business or got debanked? To give up?
He wants to talk about the Jews, but then be on the side of Bad Bunny speaking in Spanish and this, that, the other. So he's for his people. He try to pretend he's against the Jews, but he's for his own Mexican people, though, his own Hispanic Latinos, though. That's so it's weird. Like I don't get it. He's all over the place, you know. But I'm going to say this. But he did have some good points to say about ICE. But when he gets into all this other like ethnic stuff, it's like, okay, how are you gonna be against the Jews, but then before? So okay, as long as it's not your fault,
We come all this way and this is what we have? You just surrender? Tom Holman goes up and says, well, we can, and he's so smug. Well, we concluded our operation. Really, man? Fuck you. What a joke. We need just like a straight up MAGA insurrection. Full-fledged, I'm like, fuck this movement. Seriously. People need to make it clear. We are not happy. You can't cross us on everything.
Nick Fuentez
insurrection. Full-fledged, fuck this movement.
No, he's a nationalist. I think they said he's a federalist. I'm not sure. But whatever he is, he's not left at all.
Seriously. People need to make it clear. We are not happy. You can't cross us on everything. We are reasonable. We understand that politics is tricky, but you can't fuck us on everything. On Epstein, on Ukraine, on Iran, on AI, on deportations, on H-1Bs, on student visas. You can't fuck us on absolutely everything. And they're stealing, and they're corrupt, and they're stealing. Kristi Noem is running around with her boyfriend, allegedly Corey Lewandowski, and they're stealing on top of it. They're stealing with Trump coin. They're stealing with all these scams they're putting out there. And at what point are people going to have enough? At what point have people had enough of that? We have to stop being gaslit by these anonymous cocksuckers on Twitter. Laser eyes emojis, smug idiots, Jack Posobiec types. Are we trusting the plan? No, there is no plan. Obviously, there is no plan. Where's our fucking border wall? There is no plan. Where's our mass deportations? Where's our no new wars? Where's the infrastructure bill? Where's the middle class tax cut? Where is this stuff? Now they're going to say, well, we need to get the SAVE Act passed. You know that's not going to happen. You know it's not. The Democrats have 47 seats. How are you going to get it through? You can't use budget reconciliation. They say, well, we need the SAVE Act. You know how to do it. Get rid of the filibuster. So, they're going to pretend like they're going to do it. They're going to pretend like they're trying to. They're not doing anything. They know it's not going to happen. And they don't care. There's no urgency. They don't even care. They're not even trying. It is an elaborate performance. And that is why we have to burn it all down. Do you understand now?
Burn it all down.
Are you getting it now?
Interesting.
They said I was crazy in 2024. Now you understand this is why we have to burn it all down. All of it. MAGA, the Republican Party. We need something so radical and so extreme that it makes MAGA and Donald Trump look like a joke.
I think
you understand? We need something that is
that.
actually serious. It's not some billionaire that was on Epstein Island and he brings in Steve Mnuchin and Scott Bessent and all these people. We actually need the real deal now. You thought you were afraid of right-wing populism before. We need real right-wing populism, not a cynical demagogue exploiting the energy of right-wing populism. We need a real right-wing populism. I don't think you're going to like it. It's going to be cruder and uglier. It's going to be brutal.
He says he's right-wing.
And that's what needs to happen. We tried.
So isn't right?
You thought Trump was the burn it all down candidate? You haven't seen that yet. Trump is an accommodationist. Trump has no ideology. Trump is hollow.
Isn't right-wing Republican?
They wouldn't let us deport the criminal illegal aliens.
Yes, no,
it just needs to get more serious.
He's on the right.
So don't tell me, well, we need to hold the line. Look at how that has turned out. We tried that. Hold the line. We have to try it once more. We need Republicans to win. Like, why? Literally, why? Look at who controls Minneapolis. Look at who controls LA, Chicago, New York. Does it make a difference whether it's a Republican or Democrat in charge? It doesn't. I mean, it literally doesn't. So that's the capitulation, Minneapolis. It's so serious. It's such a problem. And it's just, they just failed. It's like with COVID. Trump could have kept the country open. He failed.
Hold on. Let me just say this. I'm confused. I'm confused about the Republicans because everybody's like, oh, no, he's left. No, he's not. When I say them, I mean the proxies on the left and right. Yes, it's all bullshit. Left and right is a bunch of bullshit. It's the same damn bird. And when you go on either side, they all sound the same. That's why y'all can't distinguish that he's not that he is not a leftist, because they all sound the same when you get on either far side of each side. They sound the same. They all sound the same on when you go too far on this end again, it sounds crazy. When you go too far on the other side, it sounds crazy. Burn it all down. We need to like have complete chaos in the streets. Like, what are we talking about here?
He chose not to. He invented the vaccine. BLM. Trump could have put down the BLM riots. He decided not to. He decided not to. He thought it would help him in the election if it went on longer. Every opportunity, we have our guy in the White House and he just stands down. We need someone in the White House that is not going to do that. We need a Caesar. We don't need someone.
He wants destruction. He wants people to die. You know what he just said? He said, listen, and you can't expect to have a thing where you only got 50 people each day. If you want 1,000 people to like be deported, some people have to die. Well, they didn't have to die when Obama did the shit. So it's something sick and twisted going on in his mind that you feel like people have to die to be. No, you have to be organized. You do it the right way. You have an organized group of people that have a set group. Okay, listen, we're going to hit this area. This is how we're going to do it. And in the middle of the night, hit them up. Boom. Everybody go 1, 2, 3, break. That's how you do it. You don't do it by being out there with cameras, social media. Everybody knows where you're going, blah, blah, blah. In the middle of the day, grabbing people up from their jobs. That's not how you do it. You do it stealth. If you want to really do and have anything going on, you don't fucking tell everybody what your moves are. You don't have your own social media ICE thing posting on what you're doing on your website and your social media. You don't have Homeland Security saying a bunch of shit and getting people riled up. You do it quietly, and then next thing you know, you look at the numbers. That's what you do. You don't do all this public bullshit they're doing, looking like a whole psychological operation. That's how you.
Someone that's playing around in the Rubicon. You know, we need someone that's going to cross the Rubicon. You understand the significance of this? We actually need a real leader that is going to cross the Rubicon. We need someone that is going to bring the army into America and fucking crush these people before they can crush us. Not someone that's going to, dip their toe in the water and say, oh man, well,
Exactly. And you know what? Thank you, Ashley, for your super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel, because, I don't make money doing it. I don't. And so, I'm going to play the money mantra real quick for you. Thank you so much.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money.
Thank you for the super chat, Ashley. Thank you so much. But that's the part that I think is really weird, is that, like, bro, he is all over the place. One minute he's talking like everything need to be taken down, everything need to like go, whatever. He don't know where to go. He just rambling. He's on a rant. He's having a rant.
We might do the Insurrection Act. We might deploy the National Guard. We're going to deploy 100 National Guard until they ask us to leave, and then we'll say mission accomplished. Someone needs to go all the way, because clearly, like, we have some severe problems, and it's just not being fixed. So it's a complete disaster. I'm completely vindicated. And like I said, you need to feel angry. You should be angry. We won. You voted for this, and this is what you're getting. Your tax dollars. You're paying taxes, and they're being given to Somalians.
He's saying don't vote. So I don't know whether because he's saying don't vote for Republican, don't vote for Democrat, just don't vote at all. So I don't really understand where he's coming from. It's very confusing to me. I'm like, he makes good points when it comes down to what he expresses as what happens with ICE. But then he loses me on, like, hey, so where are your affiliations? Where do you lie at, though, in the whole chain of everything? You want it to be complete just chaos in the street. You need the whole system to come down and be rebuilt. Like, what are we doing here? You don't sound any different than the protesters that were protesting, because a lot of those protesters want anarchy. So I don't know. Like, where do your loyalties lie? 1 minute you were for Trump, now you're against Trump. Your whole intro is up there promoting and pushing Trump. His whole intro, I couldn't play it because it was, had like some music and stuff like that, but he's pushing Trump the whole way through. Now all of a sudden he don't like Trump. Trump is bullshit. He's a coward because he didn't just go in there rickshod, ramshod, just kill everybody and sort it out later. I don't get this kind of nihilistic mindset. It's nihilistic, you know. You want to get rid of illegal immigrants so bad that you just kill everybody on the way in. Like that's what you do. You nuke the place, you know. We want illegal immigrants out, and you know what? You guys are protesting, hit the bomb, blow the whole place up, and then see how it works. Like, what are we talking about here? Let's go.
Illegals. There's no law and order. You pay a speeding ticket from a camera. Meanwhile, Antifa is punching a cop in the face and they get away with it. I mean, what are we doing here? We stand up and their game is over. You understand that, right? The white man stands up and their game is over. We already live in a country where blacks and Hispanics and shithead white liberals.
Wait, he lives in his mom's basement, bro? What? He live in his mom's basement? What the hell? Mom's basement? Y'all playing. Do he really live in his mom's basement, y'all? That's crazy. He didn't get his way. He just want to kill everybody. Sound like the other guy everybody knows. Like, what are we talking about? Trump is losing his base. Something's going on. I don't get it. This 1 minute I'm like, okay, I agree with what you're saying. Next minute I'm like, hey, well, do you even know what you're saying?
They already don't contribute. They already don't obey the laws. They're already a drain on society. They're counting on white people to be well behaved. They're counting on white people to be good little worker ants and go to work and pay your taxes and don't fight with the cops and vote Republican. They're counting on that. We stand up, the game is over. We start acting like they act, it's over. That's all I'm saying. Take your own side. Understand your power. Your power is in your vote, your dollar. You're a man. You're a human being. I mean, are we going to let our country go without a fight? Look at it. So anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. It's such a disgrace. I mean, seriously, these people they have to be ritualistically humiliated. Everyone that ever posted a Stephen Miller meme just needs to have their face shoved in the mud. You posted a Stephen Miller meme. You trusted this Zionist Jew to do your deportations. He is a typical...
Jesus. All the Jew and Zionists. All right, here we go. Hail to you, big show no mercy on the Goyim. It's time to ascend. So now he sounds so he said he wasn't for Epstein, but then all this,
Cookie Sim sent $20. Have you heard of the grooming allegations made against Erica Kirk?
I think that's idiotic.
Persian Durham Guy Grow sent $30. Refreshing to see a white boy with the right dig on Iran. God bless.
All right, well, don't call me white boy, okay? But I appreciate it. Yep. I just think
So now he's not a white boy? So he didn't identify as a white person before that? Like, what is going on? He's confusing the shit out. Like, what, Nick Fuentez? What? I thought you think that you were white. What?
Chickens out like he does on everything. Where are they now? Where's base Stephen Miller now? Where's our base Stephen Miller and his wife Katie, the Jewish American princess? Talking about her Jewish... Cenk Uyghur's attacking my Jewish kids. For crying out loud. Take your own side. Anyway, all right. But that's that. All right, we got to read these super chats. The super chats will not read themselves. Let me get, set up here. We'll see what we got.
I don't know how many people are really covering it all the way through. I don't think anybody's really covering it.
All right.
I covered it because I was like, it's
So
interesting to me.
we got to have somebody run in 2028.
He's like Captain America or something, right?
It's never Vance. It is just so like on site. Never Vance, never Miller, never Tucker. Can the real America First rise up?
All right. Let's take a look.
Jews stay killing Christ sent $20. How have you been, bro? What do you think about girl farts? Do they piss you off or is it just me? Joshua sent $100.
Okay.
Christ is king. Got any biblical advice for us tonight?
Thank you for the big super chat. Biblical, how about just advice? Thank you for the big super chat. I want trad advice. Give me some trad-based biblical advice. I don't know. What does that even mean?
I mean, he's bored with his own platform at this point. He's bored. You look at how he's even answering his people. He's like, oh God, here we go. He is so bored with his base audience. He done built this whole thing up and now he is bored with it. He hates it. Look at how he's posturing. Look at the whole body language.
I mean, what is biblical advice? I don't know what that advice from the Bible about what?
Gang shit, no lame shit, sent $20. No glaze.
Crazy
The message this week.
question.
If you're a wimpy heritage male not ready to fight and die for this country, fuck yourself. Pam Bondi is allergic to charging M fair. The peace times your boomer parents enjoyed are over. Thanks, Biden. And there's no substitute for victory. Use whatever strengths/skills you have in fight.
Yep.
Gang shit, no lame shit, sent $20. Two halves if you're a plan truster. How can you not realize that Trump could hang Wexner by balls on the belly?
Man, he's getting all this money and he just like, yeah, whatever. Man.
Lawn. Wish we could change the tone, but we have to vote as a 5% plus voting bloc to fuck the GOP in the ass. Maybe communist rule will wake up normies. Appreciate the message. It's time to stop fucking around.
100%.
America first.
100%.
Gabe sent $20. After reading through the comments, I genuinely don't understand how you do super chats. It's all rage bait. Half the people are retarded and think they're mini you, and the other half are just clap cucks in the closet telling everyone he mobs you. Shut up. The super chats are no better. We don't appreciate you enough.
Well, you definitely don't appreciate me enough. That
Tom
is
Smith
true.
sent $50. The real problem with Southern culture is Protestantism. Their ground is to hate authority, especially the authority of their father.
Okay.
They look at a cathedral and scoff. They don't see the grandeur of worship we give to the living God. Like Judas, all they can think about is the money spent. Don't tell me how to worship. Autistic children. TND Groyer sent $20. SCOTUS will rules against Trump's tariffs because, on Ludnick's advice, he has used them as sanctions instead of a tool strictly for industrial policy. Ludnick did this on purpose, and now his sons have been offering tariff refund trades. When the court mandates refunds to be issued, the Ludnicks will profit handsomely.
That's interesting. That's an interesting
David
angle.
Irving just standing there menacingly sent $25. Having the 80-something-year-old Holocaust denier climb out of his coffin. To send you 2K yesterday wasn't on my 2026 bingo card. Hosier Groy present $50. And so the Lord said, God went and get so plenty love and aloha for the people inside the world. Guess who wins his one and only boy. So
look at this. These people are sending him all this money and he is bored with it all. He don't even like his own audience, you guys. He built himself up to this thing and his own audience is boring the shit out of him. Look at how he's looking.
Dad, everybody dat truths me no get cut off from God, but get the real kind life dad stayed to max forever.
That's kind of
AF
blasphemous.
attorney sent $100. Following you since last June. You're doing this better than any of the rest. Your episode on Bondi lays out the problem with Trump and admin with impressive precision and efficiency. Wang, indeed.
Thank you for the big super chat. Glad you like the
AW
show.
sent $20. Canada Wang
Wow.
Nick, check out Mussolini's intellectuals. James Greger. Great read on fascist political thought.
Okay.
John Porter sent $20. Boy, did you dodge a bullet with that Cassie chick. I saw her post today that looked like her older self ate her younger self. Pray to God tonight that nothing romantic ever came from your relationship with her. Lion Turtle sent $20. It's not about principles. It's only about winning. Then join the ranks of Bongino and Patel. We cast with zero principles. Only cared about pleasing their boss. No integrity. You're a bitch without principles.
They lost. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Oh, man. You guys are disabled.
Goy Smith sent $55. Your bid on Israeli moral hazard last night was great. Israeli reputation and federal backing of USD are both inflatable.
Yeah.
Fight 1 sent $20. Heil to you, big unk. Show no mercy on the Goyim. It's time to ascend or GTFO. The nail clipping from a single ascended Royper is worth 10 million Goyim. Cookie Sim sent $20. Have you heard of the grooming allegations made against Erica Kirk?
I think that's idiotic.
Persian German Digroy
honestly.
sent $30. Refreshing to see a white boy with the right dick on Iran. God bless.
All right. Well, don't call me white boy, okay? But I appreciate it. Yep. I just think protesters in general should be destroyed, but especially there.
Brandon G sent $100. Netanyahu paid the ASU frat leader to frame mob Vicular, so all going with know the pain of me mum dying in the holly. Hashtag 6 million views. Hashtag frame mob remembrance month.
Ugh. Horrible. Thank you for the big super chat. Just
Chris
despicable.
Mob sent $20. If you were the leader of Iran looking out for the best interest of your people, would you not disregard the fatwa and create a nuclear weapon in secret, then have a public showing of them? It seems Iran is fucked if they don't. Would be crazy to sacrifice their country's future for another.
Look at his body language. He's getting all this money. People are paying him, and man, that's crazy. He don't even like his own audience, y'all. Look at how he's even reacting to the people that give him. He doesn't like women either. 31-year-old virgin. Like, yeah, but I'm like, bro, he hates his audience. Like, he don't even want to do the super chats. If he just had to do it because people paid the money, okay. So, but
Finding idea to not have one.
Yeah, 100%.
Based Obama sent $30. You mentioned Mearsheimer.
The fatwa arguably isn't even real. No one's ever seen it. They say it exists. And that is just a form of public diplomacy. If you think that's real, you are a very naive person. They are saying that it is rhetoric. Oh no, we have a religious commandment not to. Yeah, like, okay. They're hedging. Why do they need highly enriched uranium if they have a fatwa against bombs? I mean, seriously. They don't have a fatwa against ballistic missiles? Come on now. Like, don't be stupid.
Based Obama sent $30. You mentioned Mearsheimer is mostly wrong. Do you disagree with offensive neorealism or neorealism in general?
I am a realist, but when I say that, I mean that Mearsheimer, I respect him deeply and I watch him and I like his stuff.
Isn't it exposing conspiracy/disinfo? How is Alex Jones still claiming Epstein had a bail bank account on his show yesterday?
Did he really say that?
Diddy Sprinkles sent $100. Bondi getting cooked the entire time yesterday. Then tries to throw the anti-Semitism card. Then the judge yelled at her grandma was in the Holocaust. We are living in a fucking South Park episode.
Oh gosh, dude. Thank you for that, I guess.
CMS 9919 sent $20.
I guess.
2016 Iowa GOP caucus. Only Trump and Rubio won one district.
Man, listen, you know what I've gathered from this? This guy hates his audience. even the people that are spending money to him, he just this is crazy. Just why look at how his body language is. This guy is in his own. He is in a prison. He's created all his own. Look at this. He created his audience. He created his followers, and they are paying him money and saying back to him things he's fed into them, and based on all the things he said in the past, and he's up there like, man, look at him. He barely look. He's sinking in his chair. He hates it.
It's too painful.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Mishima is the goat sent $20. AF Thigh Highs when? Jamaican Key Foods Grower sent $20. Hey Nick, I accidentally slammed my penis in the silverware drawer. What can I do to support the movement? Young fan of the show pursuing a PhD in Caribbean Studies. Mr. One Ice Cream sent $20. Hey Nick, have you seen the War on Peace YouTube channel? Reminds me of Persopa Insights.
No, I haven't. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. Wow. That was horrible. That was actually the worst super chats of the year. Easily. Not even close. Worst, just one. Some of these were just unbelievable. People don't even know what it means to cross the Rubicon. It's like, wow, that's a really good point. What were some of these other ones that were really good? Some of them, I'm actually stunned that there's a mind behind these messages. It makes me doubt that man is created in the image of God, you know? You know how you have to grapple with the fact that there are like Pakistani rat people that it's questionable whether they're ensouled. You ever see these? I saw a video on Twitter of Pakistani rat people. They're like inbred and have like tiny brains and faces. And you're like,
oh my God. Oh my God. This guy is disgusting. Like what?
I don't know. And then you encounter the super chatters that get the exact same feeling. You look at like Aboriginal people and you're like, they're definitely the missing link. So, yeah.
Caps 13 sent $20. Did you know Kevin James is Jewish?
No. That explains why he's so awesome and funny. These Goyim, I wonder how stupid these Goyim can be sometimes. Okay, all right. That's our real last super chat. That's going to do it for me. Remember to smash the follow.
Man, he don't even want to be in his own skin no more. His fans are dumb inbreds, laughing my ass up. Like whatever's going on, his fans, oh my God. And he don't even like his own group. And that's what I was playing earlier. He is so tired and over it of his own thing that he created. He created this, but he's tired of it. It's like, what? Wow. Listen, I'm gonna like go to the next story because but I just wanted to play this. He's switching up. He's tired of it. He don't want to be a part of. He has built a prison of his own mind. All the things he said in the past have created the following that he has, and he hates his own following. He's gone against everything that he's always said in the past. Everything he did in this live was against everything that he was talking about before. He don't know what direction to go in. He don't know whether he need to reclaim his Hispanic roots. I don't know. It's interesting. Anyways, I wanted to get into the whole Corey Holcomb situation because Corey Holcomb said some crazy stuff. I mean, he was on one. Corey Holcomb was talking about little kids, 5-year-olds. I mean, this whole Anton Daniels situation made Corey Holcomb lose his mind. And he was saying, but the thing is that people were able to go back and say, well, damn, well, you said this, and pretty much made him out to be a PDF, right? So I guess he comes back and he wants to address it. He wants to address the whole thing. Let's hear what Corey Holcomb had to say.
Ever since TMZ has gave a one-sided version of what happened, it then got to the point where even a man like me, who I I don't walk around living in fear, but I fear for my life now because I see what has been said about me, and they are desperate to bring me down because the word pedophile has been thrown in the mix. And let me tell you something. This is deep. I am no pedophile. I have never been accused of being a pedophile. I have never had charges of being a pedophile. This is something that's coming from the mass media, TMZ. Ever since they said what they said, they trying to get at me for real. Let me tell you something what they do, because they did this to Michael Jackson. They did this to Martin Luther King. They did this to Malcolm X. They did this to so many people. When they ready to come get you, they assassinate your character.
Sir, you are no Malcolm X, no Martin Luther King, none of the people that you say that you. And you said what you said, bro. You said what you said. For those that don't know what he said, let's go.
Speaking about a 5-year-old.
Oh, you know what? It just cut it out. Hold on, because you know what this was one of my videos. Okay, let's go. Corey Holcomb. Let's look.
This past weekend.
Is this a part of FBA culture also?
She had a Welch's grape juice bottle.
The Sheediites. Is this a part of y'all culture? Is this the Sheediite tribe? This a part of y'all culture?
She had the whole bottle as
Get your
far
boy.
as it go, just sucking on it, walking with her mama.
So he talking about a little 5-year-old baby had a whole Welch's bottle in her mouth, right? She's 5 and she's, drinking out of a Welch's bottle. And somehow he finds this, I don't know, somehow he sexualizes this. Let's go.
Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, you know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with it. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a little growing right there. And everybody would say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just, it had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a little, it's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy.
What the fuck, bro? A little kid being bounced on somebody's leg is now some sexualized thing and she about to be a hoe when she grow up? Disgusting. Okay, so now he wants to compare himself and try to say, well, the great ones got taken down. They did it to Malcolm. They did it to Martin. No, you're not. Don't compare yourself to Martin and Malcolm X.
And all this shit. I want to talk about this Super Bowl because I don't know what happened. I'm talking about with the halftime show. I couldn't understand what was going on, but I don't think it was bad. I just couldn't understand because I don't speak Spanish. I got to learn how to speak Spanish so I can. But I saw some of the deep things they had going on stage and all like that. They had some deep stuff going on. Anyway, I'm Corey Holcomb. Darlene O.G. Ortiz. Craig will be here in a little bit. Everybody is called a media firestorm. My voice, I'm shocked. I didn't know. My voice got so powerful that the media, not bloggers, not fat girls with YouTubes, not busters who buy cigarettes 1, 2, 3 at a time. We ain't worried about them. They weren't never the problem. What it is, we have mass media trying to shut down the voice of Corey Holcomb in the 5150 show. And
he's trying to say that us bloggers, people like us, that content creators, are envious of what he's doing, and we're just joining in on the fight against him and whatever. But he said what he said. You understand what I'm saying? He said what he said. Let me just play some more of what he said, because he said a lot. Let's go.
The best book. I'm saying, please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a.
Corey Holcomb's career might be over after these new allegations. They are accusing Corey Holcomb of being a PDF, and the receipts are going mega viral and gaining a lot of steam. It feels like the more these receipts go viral, Corey Holcomb's career might be over, bro. The ending may be near. And the worst part about it all, this damage is self-inflicted. They're just using Corey's own admissions against them. I don't know what Corey was thinking coming on the podcast and admitting to certain things he admitted to, but now the world is watching.
When I was in Iceland, you don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
First red flag was Corey Holcomb knowing the age of consent in various countries. Any man even having access to that information makes me feel icky. But yet alone a 60-year-old, that's nasty, bro. Second red flag was him saying, I've said this before. So this is an opinion that he has really thought about, sat with, and dissected, and he still didn't see anything wrong with him saying this.
Right.
Well, at that age, they've been on the planet long enough. They're in their prime developmental wise to create a life.
Corey has talked about this at length before, so every word he says is intentional. When he says they are in their prime to conceive, you don't have to ask Corey, who are they conceiving with? Who are they having a baby with? Only grown men are in a position to take care of a family and lead a household. So this is him advocating for them to have babies with grown men. But what are we doing here, man?
But you're taught in America something different.
Those eggs are buoyant. You could dribble them eggs. They got bounce back.
Craig Smith is almost 50. Corey Holcomb is almost 60. And they're sitting on a podcast talking about how 14-year-olds have bounced back. Yo, come on, bro. Like, yo, that's absurd. Now, to make things worse, Corey Holcomb went on another podcast and he admitted to testing out the young women in Iceland. Now, the same young women that he claims, were 13, 14 and ready to conceive.
You go to other countries, I'm just saying, in America, most people only know what they know in America, but I've been to other countries, and in Iceland, I think the legal age to get with a girl is 13 years old.
Oh, my God.
It blows people's mind when they hear it. But in Iceland, R. Kelly is not a criminal.
He's trying to get extradited.
He's a normal guy in Iceland. I went to Iceland, and you just can't offer him money and gifts. And I thought that was so unfair that you couldn't give him nothing after you was done with him.
He thinks he's trying to get a laugh, but sometime at what cost? And see, let me tell you something about, I used to be a comedian. Comedy is only the real life exaggerated. So he might not be with a 16-year-old in Iceland, but he's with a young girl in Iceland. He might not be with 13. It might be 17, might be 18, might be teetering. But comedy is not... comedy is real life exaggerated. So even though people are laughing, I think they're laughing out of uncomfortable, like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? What does he say?
I'm not going to Iceland. So I assume you've been to Iceland and you took advantage of the laws. Is that what you're saying?
I had a great time in Iceland.
Wait, we're not going to go there. We're not going to.
The age of consent in Iceland is 13. Did you take advantage of the laws in Iceland? Man, I had a great time in Iceland. You know, you just can't give them gifts afterwards. After you're done with them. You can't give them gifts because that would count as trafficking. So he full on admitted that he did what he did in Iceland. Full on admitted to it. Now, a lot of people point to, Corey Holcomb is joking. He's making a joke. But at what point do you teeter the line so much that we got to say, I don't know, bro. I don't know, son. Even how Corey Holcomb talk about young women is disturbing. There was a story on the Corey Holcomb podcast he told about, I think, like a 5-year-old. Right? And this story makes me uncomfortable to this day.
This past weekend, I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in her mouth. And she was about 5. She had the whole bottle as far as it'll go, just sucking on it. Walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, You know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with her. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I say, that's a little growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just, it had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a little, it's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy.
Seeing a child suck on their bottle and your mind go to fellatio, you are a disturbed human being. Seeing a child get rocked back and forth to comfort and your mind goes to bedroom positions, you are a disturbed human being. Calling a child a hoe for doing things that kids do is disturbing. You are a disturbed human being. This is not normal.
But no, that he tells it to I'm Malcolm X.
That ain't nothing no little girl do unless she has the urge to do things like that. She has the urge to be satisfied. But ain't nobody gonna pick the Corey bad. Corey bad. Everybody, Corey, did you hear what Corey said? The little girl took the bottle out of her mouth and he said she gonna be a yes. And if there was more men in the house, the little daughters wouldn't be walking around with things preparing their jaw for hustle. Her jaw is being prepared for hustle. And this was a little girl.
Her teeth aren't.
Baby Goobler. I like that.
A grown woman is next to Corey Holcomb participating in this. She's participating. She says, oh, her teeth not preparing her for fellatio.
What the hell?
A baby teething makes you think about
And Corey totally disrespected this Ortiz lady, whatever the fuck her name is, ex-wife of Ice Cube or Ice T or whatever, and her ass went back to him. He asked her to hold up a t-shirt, and then when she wouldn't do it, he made a song called "If She Ain't Gonna Do It, Make Another Bitch Do It." Get another bitch to do it. It had the beat behind him. If she ain't gonna do it, make another bitch do it. Get another bitch to do it. And it said, listen, you could be replaced. She came online and read something about being appreciated and this, that, and the other. And then they had a show, and I'm gonna show you the show coming up, and she's still sitting right next to him. But she's also the same person that when this guy was saying all this crazy stuff about this 5-year-old baby, she's backing it up with, well, her teeth ain't whatever. They all got mental problems, bro.
Little girl.
Her teeth aren't.
Baby Googler. I like that.
Baby Googler.
A grown woman is next to Corey Holcomb participating in this. She's participating. She says, oh, her teeth not preparing her for fellation. What? A baby teething makes you think about if you think this is the worst of it, nah, bro. It gets worse.
Me for real. One day I was living with this lady and her daughters crawled in the bed and I ain't have on shit. Yeah. I was up under the cover. Wow. And I was like, oh shit. And one of her daughters was like, rest in peace. Her daughter was she was in high school. I think she was 15. Still not legal. You just can't tell your true thoughts.
What true thoughts can you not say about your 15-year-old step? What true thoughts are in your head about your 15-year-old stepdaughter that you can't say? And also, if you were naked under the covers, why did you allow her to crawl up under the covers? Well, wouldn't hey, yo, wait, we about to put on clothes, chill. Wouldn't that have sufficed? But Corey Holcomb, when he tells the story, it becomes perfectly clear that he thought there was a possibility or he thought like she wanted him or something. Like she kept on sending him signs.
Her daughter was gonna be thick like her mama. I know that much. Yeah.
What?
I knew her daughter was a bust down. She got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant, goddammit, because she used to do shit. She used to do shit to let me know, damn, this is trying to get me in trouble.
Oh.
Her name was Tiffany. Oh, right. All of
And poor girl, whoever Tiffany is, you know, and they're laughing. This shit is not funny. Yeah, sick misogynist. I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's twisted. Yeah, what the fuck is this? When your nation's leader engages in this behavior, you can expect everyone else to follow suit. Well, honey, he was saying this even before the Epstein files.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best. I'm saying.
See, you heard.
He said that's the best. Hold on. He said that's the best pussy. This is what he said. He cut himself off.
Back and hair from his mouth again.
Right. All of you are kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best. I'm saying.
There are some sick.
Kid Poonan is the best Poonan. You hear? He said that. I don't know if y'all got to hear it. Let's rewind it again. This guy, and then he want to get up there and be the victim, and TMZ, and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and no, bro.
The story, it becomes perfectly clear that he thought there was a possibility, or he thought like she wanted him or something. Like she kept on sending him signs.
Her daughter was gonna be thick like her mama. I know that much. Yeah. I knew her daughter was a bust down. She got pregnant like a year after I moved out. She was 16. I knew she was gonna get pregnant, goddammit, because she used to do shit. She used to do shit to let me know, damn, this is trying to get me in trouble.
Oh.
Her name was Tiffany. Right. All of you are kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best. I'm saying.
See,
kid,
you heard.
That's a
run that back and hair from his mouth again.
Right.
That's a Freudian slip, you guys. That what he said is a Freudian slip, and he had to stop himself from saying some stupid, wild ass shit.
All of you are kids.
Yeah, she has a documentary.
Kid pussy, that's the best. I'm saying.
There are some sick dudes out there who will probably excuse this as jokes. Ain't nothing funny about saying a kid woohoo is the best woohoo out here. A kid woohoo is better than an adult woohoo. Because one, how would you know?
Right.
If you're not somebody who engage in, how would you know if you don't engage with children? But it's all jokes, right?
You better watch your kids. I'm supposed to type real bad.
Jesus Christ.
Can you get charged if you spoon a child?
Like,
I mean,
get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
Pretty
Is that
sure. Yes, Graham.
What is
pretty
that?
Sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's so you can't
that's
be
love.
You can.
He said him. He said, get behind him and you spoon him. Like, this is nothing.
Charged if you spoon a child? Like, get behind him, make him take all his clothes off, and you hug him like that.
I'm pretty sure. Yes, Graham.
What is
pretty
that?
Sure.
Not no penetration. Just
doesn't have to be penetration. It's so you can't
that's love.
You can. Okay, hold
what
on.
if it's a stepchild?
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this, but
I'm just asking. They got these charges. I'm trying to see what the charges gonna be.
The wedding ring.
Somebody called me Corey Kelly because I said spoon.
Oh, good one.
I would never.
Or Corey Epstein.
Spoon a child. I'm asking what happens if you do it. It's called research.
Who mind goes there? Who mind goes to, yo, bro, how much time would I get if I just spoon instead of like the full thing? Like if I just spoon, do I get a couple years off my sentence? Why are you thinking about this, bro?
Please keep this piece of tape for future references. I'm telling you now, when they go after me, they get dirt like a I'm here to tell you, if they go through my computer, they're gonna be like Corey, like what else can I put out there?
Snacks.
I mean, them a big in the child. I'm gonna check my browser, goddamn. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That woman is like at a point in her life where she is
Right.
It's just nobody likes to say shit like that in America because you can get in trouble for that. Now, I don't want no woman that's 16, 17, 18 because of the laws and because of the mental state she's in.
Because of the laws and the mental state. But because if there was no laws and no mental state, then he would want them?
Epstein Island, that'd be a great movie. Yeah. What was happening on Epstein Island?
Children.
That would be a horrible movie. You telling me?
Oh my God, they weren't children. They were.
What the fuck?
There you go. Now you don't.
What do you mean? I said no, and I said
you wouldn't watch it if it was a movie. It ain't real.
I ain't watching
nothing that got to do with no children. Fucking what the
asking you, would you watch it? No.
Fuck and no. There you go.
You won't watch
it.
That's ridiculous. He knows what he's doing.
I know he knows. I know he knows. Yeah, I know he knows what he's doing.
Corey asked his co-host what he thought was a stumping question, what he thought was a question that was difficult. And that question was, man, what went on Epstein Island? You mean to tell me that if they put out a movie of kids getting effed, you wouldn't watch it?
Crazy.
No. No. That's not a hard... No. But in Corey's head, that was like a hard question, as if like that was something enticing. No, it's not enticing.
Corey, wish my baby happy 16th birthday. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turning sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure, hey, look, I don't know her name. Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Her sweet 16. It's a beautiful age. And you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that age by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm going to be with them on their birthday. I was at the mall with the little broke. We was in Victoria's Secret. And I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? She needs to get measured for a bra. She never been measured for a bra. And she want to have the right size on instead of the Walmart bras. And the lady was like, oh, that is so sweet. Is this your daughter? I said, I'm standing up in this little bit.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't a laugh when I said that. It wasn't a laugh. The lady looked like, I was like, I got a couple of dollars. I get to smash little cute young girls like this that come from poverty. I'm standing up in her. Do you need a bro? My brother's daughter
it gets weird here.
Was with a group of us.
Listen. Be prepared because he's about to talk about his own brother's daughter.
We're at the hotel because my mom was in town. D, was you there?
Yep, I brought the cake.
I know how to do babies.
It was super cute though.
Everybody was trying to get her attention, but she wouldn't do nothing but hug her daddy because she didn't know us like that.
That's true.
I didn't pay her no attention. I just kept looking away. But I talk, my voice carries, and she kept looking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what happened, D?
She went right to him. It was almost like,
I'm the one wasn't paying her no attention.
and everybody like this,
Yeah.
what? Like,
You know what that told me?
What?
She gonna be getting put up in her when she grow up.
Some people will excuse this behavior as edgy comedy. I'm not excusing this, man. I think it's up to Corey to come on his podcast and say, hey, bruh, what I said in the past about them babies is crazy. I don't know what I was thinking. But knowing Corey, bro, he's not about to apologize for nothing, man. But y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? All right. Is this acceptable or not? And if you're still...
Honey, I already know it's not acceptable. I ain't got to read the comments. Completely unacceptable. What the fuck, bro? What are we doing here? I did do a poll about Fuentez, whether or not people thought that is he wrong in his assessment of ICE. 52% said yes, 48% said no. So I'm gonna end that poll. I'll make a new one. Is Corey Holcomb a complete weirdo? We're gonna start that poll because I'm like, bro, really? So now you're gonna see him, he responds to all this. And of course he brings up Martin Luther King and he feel like he being demonized and this, that, the other. Let's hear what he got to say.
Ever since TMZ has gave a one-sided version of what happened, it then got to the point where even a man like me, who I don't walk around living in fear, but I fear for my life now because I see what has been said about me, and they are desperate to bring me down because the word pedophile has been thrown in the mix. And let me tell you something. This is deep. I am no pedophile. I have never been accused of being a pedophile. I have never had charges of being a pedophile. This is something that's coming from the mass media, TMZ. Ever since they said what they said, they trying to get at me for real. Let me tell you something, what they do, because they did this to Michael Jackson. They did this to Martin Luther King. They did this to Malcolm X. They did this to so many people. When they ready to come get you, they assassinate your character so people don't look at you as...
You assassinated your own character, sir. They did this to Michael Jackson. They did this to Martin Luther King. They did this to Malcolm X. They did this to like Hugh P. New. Whatever. No, these were your words. All they did was replay what you said, bro.
A human being. They look at you as a villain. So they are using mass media now to come holler at your boy. This isn't little weak bloggers. Little weak bloggers have been talking crazy about me ever since I've been on air. But TMZ took a one-sided story of a woman who's addicted to drugs and quite dangerous. They showed a video recently where me and this woman got into it. And I can't hold back anymore. Listen, this woman was stalking me for a long time, and it was proven in court. And on top of that, I told people that this woman is a troublemaker and she sells drugs. TMZ knows that I have a restraining order against this woman and her boyfriend. So I've never heard of a woman getting hit or punched, whatever you want to say, and I get a restraining order against her. The story is not being told the right way. But I want to show you something about this innocent woman, because they will make it seem like this woman is innocent. In fact, this lady went on TMZ, who is in collusion with her. Sean Holly, the drug addict woman, and TMZ are all in collusion together to try to bring me down. Let me show you a video, because this woman even said in one of her TMZ videos, I'm not allowed at the Improv, but that's not true. This is the footage that goes in the security office of the Improv. It says Shrine of Crime right there. And we blotted out some of the people's faces because the truth is we don't want to show everybody, but I'm not banned from the Improv. But you know who is banned from the Improv? Right there. Right there. Right there. If she's seen up there, they are supposed to call the manager and the cops immediately. I'm not banned from the Improv. I don't have a criminal history. This woman stabbed everybody who called her innocent. I know what I'm doing. When a drug addict is talking crazy to me and following me, I'm telling you, I know what they do to people. In that video where I got into a skirmish with the dude that was her boyfriend, I don't know if you know this, I'm going to say it. Since then, she stabbed that man and tried to accuse him of the R word. He now has a restraining order against her. She tried to get one against him. It was denied. She went to jail for stabbing that man. And it wasn't no let her out overnight, because they couldn't let her out overnight, because when you go to jail and you are high like that, they let you air out in the cell besides your crime. So everybody who saw that thing, innocent woman, no, Corey Holcomb was protecting himself and always will protect himself against drug addicts. Now, they have something online, once again, about this pedophile thing, and it's gone too far. So my lawyer said, you don't even have to really talk about that for real, but just make sure everybody knows this. I'm no pedophile, never been accused before in my life of being a pedophile. I despise a pedophile. Anybody who would do anything physically, I think it's a person who sexually abuses children. Am I right with that? That's what a pedophile is, right? You know, I ain't living like that. And I've never lived like that. But I understand the media firestorm that's happening to Corey Holcomb, because, these people know I have evidence against them that's going to bring them down. So they have to destroy my credibility first. They have to destroy my credibility like I'm a villain. But I want to say to TMZ, who I know is watching, I've already given the evidence to my lawyer and a few other people. So it's out of my hands. So if you guys want to come at me, there's nothing I can do. You know the case is coming. You know the case is coming. Sean Holly, TMZ, and of course the drug addict woman. I mean, she has nothing to lose, so she'll do whatever you guys want her to do. She'll say whatever you guys want her to say. But my day in court is coming. And I don't even have time for court because I live a glorious life. I work and perform. It's just my voice got too powerful for some powerful people, and they're sending this media firestorm at me, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I showed everything I need to show because they said this is an innocent woman. This woman, since I had the incident with her, she stabbed a man. So all you guys who don't know what you're talking about is predictable because you have feeble minds. Now let's get to this next soft shit. And I ain't gonna spend a lot of time on it. I'm gonna spend about 10 minutes on this. The cat Fruit Booty Button said something about me. And okay, yeah, I wear a dusty hat. I forgot all the stuff he said right now. Yeah. Clothes dirty, no shape up, all that. Fruit Booty Buttons. Oh, yeah, and I can't fight. Yeah, I can't fight. You didn't talk about the women you beat up.
He talking about Cat Williams, by the way, guys.
You act like I didn't even say that. I said you beat up women because it is a fact. You beat up women. TMZ is not after you because your voice isn't as powerful as mine. So you can come on and say whatever you want to say. You and the sissies and the scammer girl that's on your show. See, you couldn't get Melissa Ford to go along and laugh with you like you wanted. So you got this scammer girl who is all over the internet. If you do research on that girl on his show, she's a scammer. She takes people money and everything. You got to go, Mike? Okay, I'll catch up with you. Unless you want to go now. Okay.
Oh, you're on Joe Budden. Oh, okay. All right. So I thought it was like Cat Williams. All right, let's go.
So, hey, Fruit Booty Buttons, you got to say something about the women that you beat up. I know you want to signify on me, but say something about the women you beat up. Listen, to all my 5150 people who are interested in being a part of what we do here, we are about to start inserting a lot more music videos. We're about to start
dibs on new releases, giftings, whatever will ever change for you.
Your grandfather then.
Grandfather then forever.
And it'll always improve that.
Well, yeah.
And at one time I was married where if I figured it out, it would figure into a bank account that's not mine. And that's the truth. So what I'm saying to y'all is I'm trying to get this thing going with the 5150 show. This is a very powerful machine that has ignited a firestorm of controversy to try to silence my voice. And when I say they playing foul ball out there, they playing foul ball. Who calls a man who doesn't even have... The last time I was arrested was when me and Sam was shoplifting. When I was a young man, and like I said, I remember when I got arrested, I was like, you know what? This is for the birds. I'm not finna do this. Every time I see something green on there, it makes me excited because I know that people would support. I know that people would support. I know that I love when these people who don't know, watch this word. Watch this word. I love when people who don't know us say that Corey Holcomb is finished. You can't. I don't have a deal at Marvel. I'm not Kang the Conqueror. And trust me, my brother who caught that L, what was his name? Jonathan Majors. We had a black man actually running from a woman to avoid drama, and they still gave the drama to him. And I never forgot that. It was quite intimidating. I walked the path that God showed. When I got to court, I met a judge that was stern, but the judge also saw the evidence, and the judge was stern against this so-called accuser because the evidence showed that this woman was stalking Mr. Holcomb. So you can, TMZ, you're a powerful entity. Sean Holly, you're a powerful entity. You know, look what you did. You lit the internet up like the 4th of July about Corey Holcomb. This is what's scary. They know there's no monetary gain to this. There's no money. We're not doing this to rob Corey Holcomb financially. We're doing this to rob the character he built up for years. But all you bloggers who think you can get rid of Corey Holcomb like that, I beg to differ. Like what you're doing, how you're riding the wave of mainstream media against Corey Holcomb because of envy, because you know what I'm saying? If I said it, it's the truth. I got to make an example out of this. I said something against this guy that came up to our show. His name, I'm going to take the chance and say his name. His name was the lead attorney. I said something about him because I saw him say, oh, Corey said it's okay for me to talk to his lawyer. Now, ever since I said what I said about the lead attorney, I haven't seen him say anything back. And it is my opinion. The reason he didn't say anything back because I didn't lie on him. I did not give him permission to talk to my attorney about nothing. And he said I did. And I believe he saw that and knows that to be true, which is why he isn't going all out his way to act like Corey Holcomb is not the man that he say he is. That's what I believe. I believe he has some type of moral strand inside of him that knows I wasn't lying on him. I didn't give nobody permission to do nothing. So I'm not even tripping on that man no more. But the Okie Dokie Jackson dude has started another lie, and he's going to have to pay for this one. He lied and said, I tried to get Darlene to hold up a shirt depicting black people as monkeys. You're going to have to prove it. You're going to have to prove it. Because, I mean, she's right here.
There was a lot of things being totally misconstrued. That shirt you held up the week before.
I held up the shirt when I was trying to stab real hard at somebody that came up to my show and tried to uproot our way of life up here. I did that. And like I say, it ain't a lot of stuff I do I won't do again because I'm old enough to realize, yo, Corey, are you sure this is what you want to do? Most of the time I do that. When I got into it with the drug addict woman who I knew was very dangerous from her past, I knew what I was doing. I knew that I was in danger. So when this guy who lied with her because he was with her intimately or whatever got stabbed, I wasn't shocked he got stabbed because I knew how dangerous that woman was. And a lot of people in the comedy community know how dangerous that woman is. This woman is quite a terror, and I don't know her to do comedy. I'm not saying she hasn't went up on a stage when somebody allowed her to go up on stage, but I don't know her to be on the circuit as a comedian in no way. And I don't know a lot of people who do. This is what was said to build a narrative against me, to make me a villain. Damn, I'm seeing a lot of green shit. This is encouraging.
Yeah.
Listen, to the people who support Corey Holcomb, I want to support you back. When I come to your city, man, come on, man, give me some dap and show me some love because I appreciate you, man. You make it where the forces of evil get at me. Now, yeah, like we said, Okie Dokie Jackson lied and said I tried to get Darlene to hold up a shirt depicting black people as monkeys. We want you to prove that. We want you to prove that because we're tired of you lying. You've lied about quite a few things that you'll see. You'll see. You're going to have to prove what you lied about because I think you're insecure because of the way you look and you've been getting attention and now you think you can take on the world. It's the same thing when Tampon came up here. These are guys who never were able to get attention as they came up, but now they found a way through the internet and using the likeness of other people to lie on them, they starting to believe that they are somebody special. Well, if you are somebody special, we need you to prove what you said, where you said, I tried to get Darlene to hold up a shirt depicting black people as monkeys. You're going to have to prove it, Okie Dokie. It's coming. Don't worry about it. It's coming. I know you do everything in your way to try to manipulate the guidelines of the internet. YouTube, for example, you manipulate it, but you're going to have to manipulate this in another way because you outright lied. I got you in more than this lie. And what you'll find out on the internet, you think you can just say whatever you want to say, but Tasha K had to get that girl $6 million. And Tasha K, you're going to have to prove that stuff you're saying about me. It's coming. Especially now that I know how you were able to get so many people to bounce off you. See, Tasha K doesn't have YouTube. people post her on YouTube. That's how she was kicked off of YouTube, if I'm correct. I think I'm correct about that.
No, she has YouTube.
This woman is just like the other lady. Sent up in a G. She got her page taken down. I still have a page because I'm not going around lying on people. We make jokes about things, but I'm not going around lying on people. I'm not going around lying on people. Who was that? Chris Smith? Christopher Trailer? We can't catch it all because it goes too fast. But yeah, so I have to fight back now. And I've been one who never tripped off nothing but TMZ, Sean Holly, and you let the girl hang along because you wanted to use her. That's the one thing y'all had to try to find about Corey Holcomb, where you wanted to turn it into something bad. Look, he hit somebody. Yeah, the judge, no, I hit somebody. And I told the judge I hit somebody. But when the case was done, that girl had a restraining order against me to stay away, which is no problem for me to adhere. But that girl, I have a restraining order against her and her boyfriend. And now he has a restraining order against her because he was stabbed by her. So while y'all people who don't know what's happening talking, all right, you're going to have to prove it. It's some dude, push up in you faggo. He got a page. Push up in you, faggo. You'll see. You can't call black men pedophiles. I am so against pedophiles. I don't care what happens to a pedophile. But I know that you guys are riding the wave to call me a pedophile because y'all trying to get me assassinated. Because what good is a pedophile in any society? What is a pedophile in any society? Did you know the state of California is the biggest pedophile I know? What they do to mutilate children here, but that's not the hot topic by TMZ. This man, Harvey Levins, who is got Epstein files drama, who has had people following me at the airport, who has had all this stuff done, when the drug addict girl got out of court, they had cameras there to try to create this story, all done to stop the voice of Corey Holcomb. But I'm just saying, Corey Holcomb been out here a long time and has been an upstanding member of society. So, you know, you guys did what you did to me. You did what you did to me. Like you did Michael Jackson, like you did Martin Luther King, like you did a lot of people like me who speak up for my people, because my people don't even know what's happening. They're just going off what they see with the quick things on the internet. My people think a man stood up next to me. Darlene, can I ask you to do me a favor? Would you just stand up right here? Just stand up for a second, please.
Really? With my big old...
Just stand up. Stand up.
With my Valentine's hoodie on?
Okay. Right here.
Uh-oh, no.
Can Darlene be seen? The internet has an AI video of tampons standing up like this saying, let's go outside. That's AI. If a man stood up over me like this, I would stand up and that would be time to go there. But, I mean, thanks, D. Thanks for standing up. That's AI. Don't nobody get to stand up over me like that, man. Don't nobody get to stand up over me like that. And for all the lames out there who are worried about the dynamic of me and Darlene, I tell you what, if you want to say something, D, you can say something.
Which part? About, oh, well, I
about
didn't...
whatever, because there's stuff all on the internet.
Right, well...
That the lames who use everybody picture... Look, if I put their picture here, people will clickbait it, and maybe I can get a check. So now you're part of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to say something about what happened last week.
Stuff like that helps create content for people. That is so damn true nowadays, God. I went to the bathroom, just so folks know. I go to the bathroom to answer 2 very important phone calls. So I was gone. I said, okay, I'm not going to be part of the rap. Not going to be part of the rap, but I was still in the building. I'm in another part of the building in the bathroom. Did not hear any of the rap, what have you. Came back out and was finishing up some numbers while they were rapping other things. So, I mean, it was the end of the rap. I didn't come in during it, but I didn't get fired. So people were like, oh my God, he, whatever, humiliated her.
We didn't
so
have
bad she
arguments on air that was worse than that.
Oh, we've called each other so many damn names. It's ridiculous. And especially in the rap. Don't go there in the rap. In the rap, anything
we rap
goes.
about what happens on the show every week.
Anything goes, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But no, I didn't get fired.
What is that in the red?
I didn't get
Somebody
fired.
gave a
I didn't
yard, my
leave. But I was gone for that entire time. When I came back at the very end, you were actually ending the show. And then I asked, well, how come you didn't come back on it? I was like, I was still sitting up. I was putting in those numbers. So that was it.
Okay, the brother right here who donated a yard. We appreciate you, brother.
When I can't
sincerely appreciate you. He's it says at the NY Bully. Because I think I remember this.
Mm-hmm.
What up, Corey? I met you a few months ago on the Humble while I was shopping with my Spanish wife at Dillard's. I remember this in Richmond, Virginia. You were cool enough to take a picture and my wife clowned me because I was happy to see you. I told her you're a living legend to many. Hey, brother, thanks for putting that on there because TMZ ain't going to put nothing like that on there. TMZ is going to grab a dope fiend woman and let her play victim and act like she's scared of me, but she's stabbing motherfuckers.
Need help? Blink twice. Okay, I guess you don't need any help. But Darlene clears up all the... Darlene, if you need help, blink twice. Okay, I guess you don't need any help. But Darlene clears up all the misconception about her possibly quitting or getting fired from the show. She says that's not true. And she actually explains what happened. Go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's get to it, y'all. Here we go. It's the Christina Payne situation with him mushing the girl in the face and then him going at everybody. It was just bad timing to when he disrespected her this time. It seemed like Darlene checked out mentally. And then she was gone for the ending of the show. It was kind of like, okay, what happened? But let's go ahead and let them explain, and here we go.
So I appreciate you saying that, brother. I remember that because that weekend in Richmond, I hadn't been there in a while. Mm-hmm. And I went to Dillard's to buy some drawers because I didn't feel like washing the two pair I had with me.
That's fine. And he did, by the way, apologize because boy, every single message is.
But Darlene, like, okay, I'm sorry.
I mean,
go ahead.
for the shirt thingy, not the rap. The rap, yes, that can get very that went a little. It was crazy, but
Mm-hmm.
we have dissed each other in the raps.
Mm-hmm.
It was just timing too. It just happened to be that night, and then that shirt thing happened before it. So I get it, but he did. Yes, he did apologize to me afterwards. And you know what? You do that often, and people don't. I've mentioned it before. Not even just apology, but I've mentioned it before on a couple of shows many years ago that you actually will catch yourself. The show will be over, and you'll be like standing there, and you'll go, "Did I go too far? Or what was that? Did I? What did I say?" A lot of times, is that not true? You've done that before, right? Where you actually go, "Hold on, wait, now, what did I say?"
I've been talking 16 years, and it's like I can admit I say things that sometimes I'll be like, "What did I say?" God damn.
Yes, there you go. You put it in a better way.
Most of the stuff I say, I mean, I see they have hired people to go through my catalog and find something to say. Look, look what he said. They've hired people to do this. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure you got in what you wanted to say because I got something to say to these cake ass niggas.
No.
When I had the opportunity, okay, to get into
Corey Holcomb's show and how he did Darlene, that what Anton said, it seems about correct. Now, celebrating multiple anniversaries, but to treat her like this on camera, because we don't know what these people's relationship is like outside of the camera, was so disgusting. And the thing of it, you can like Corey. I don't have anything against Corey, but I don't kiss ass. If there's something that I think is wrong, I'm going to call it out in me, my children, my mama. So you know that I'm going to call it out in a stranger. This was totally, totally disgusting. And it just hurted me to watch this. And let me just tell y'all why. For one, Corey just came out and said that a lawyer by the name of Sean Hawley in TMZ was doing all kind of shit to him. Okay. And I understand. I believe him. But the fact of the matter is, you are dogging out people that are there for you simply because she doesn't want to hold up that shirt. Now, if I'm correct, the shirt has monkey on it, and I could be wrong. And, if that's something he wants to do, okay, Anton calls people monkeys. That's between him and Anton. But why in the hell would Darlene want to hold up a shirt? Darlene ain't black. She don't want people dragging her. And I don't even know if that's why she didn't hold the shirt up. She just didn't want to hold it up. Or maybe she was doing something on her phone and she said, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, you treated this woman like this because she said no to you. Y'all, this ain't right.
You gonna hold it up, D?
No, you can't. That's all you, brother.
Oh, you ain't gonna hold it up?
Why?
You ain't fucking with a nigga, D? And when I hold it up, I can't say my shit with the mic. You ain't gonna hold it up?
Mic.
Oh, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
I'll show that shirt next week.
Oh, wow. Look at this one.
No, I'll get somebody to hold it up.
Look at this one.
I'll get somebody to hold it up. So at first, okay, I didn't really think of anything when he said that, but it's this that he continued to say.
Get somebody to hold it up.
Look at this. I'm finishing it. Look
what time is it? We ain't got enough time.
And look what I was doing.
If we had enough time, I'll get somebody to come hold it up right now.
As y'all can see, Darlene feels extremely uncomfortable. It seems like she's trying to, maybe talk over him to maybe drown out what he's saying. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing to watch after I realized what was actually taking place.
Look how but you see what I was just doing right now?
Oh, it's all good. Don't matter. I'll get somebody to hold it up. Motherfuckers want a piece of you.
Motherfuckers want a piece of you. So what he's saying is, because she says she doesn't want to hold the shirt up, essentially, maybe she wants to not be, have anything to do with the shirt. I don't know. Maybe she was doing something on her phone. But what he's saying is basically, if you with me, you with me in everything. This ain't your girlfriend. This is an employee. At any job that I ever had, something like this, you can say, yeah, I'm doing something else or whatever. But at the end of the day, was it even this necessary? You calling this lady an MFer, this is so wrong on so many levels. And this is not going to help your character. This is not going to help any of the things that you're working toward. Now, people already drag Corey because they say he treat women like SHIT. Now, that could be objective because him telling jokes, that could be objective. But when they see you now treating your own employee like SHIT, they're going to keep bringing up the video. Even if the video was sped up and people didn't see it, do you understand what you are creating about yourself, about your brand, just because of all the negativity that consistently is following you? Now, this is a relationship that Corey has with his employee of how many years, and this is how he treats her.
They like, but they don't want the whole thing.
Did I just not say?
I'll get somebody to hold this shirt up next week. Watch.
You know what? Somebody just said something earlier that it might be. You're right.
You're right. Might be. Shit, I don't need nobody to do shit for me. I'll get somebody else to do it. As everybody who I deal with like that. If you won't do it, okay, I'll get somebody else to do it.
I'm over here trying to input the thing because I had to go. You don't even know what I went through to even get that.
Yeah,
so, okay.
Don't worry about it. Somebody else will hold it up next week.
See how you can't even. Wow. I was okay. I guess not.
Don't do whatever. Goddamn, somebody be doing that.
I guess not.
Shit, it don't stop.
There we go. Wow.
I'm just getting it to you. I'm telling you the truth.
I see. Hey, you see what I was doing?
I'm speechless. Like, this is so terrible. This is so terrible. I don't understand, what's going on with Corey. I don't understand. This is bad. Craig is sitting there doing nothing. What did Anton just say?
Oh, why I said I wasn't going to hold it. Okay.
We are about to
We gonna do the rap?
Let's do it.
Back in 5 minutes, 5150.
Jesus.
Guys, that was bad. So we're going to switch gears here. So let's go back to that video where Anton was telling him that basically Craig and Darlene don't really stand up to him. And we see Craig sitting there, no words. Craig could have de-escalated it and just said, I'll hold it up. Why Craig didn't want to hold it up? This is so wrong, y'all. This ain't right.
Okay, so can I say something about that?
But see, I don't cut me off. I don't give a fuck because I'm rich too, so I'm cool. I got my own movement. I got my own motion, so I can tell you the truth. And I think that you also surround yourself with people that will not challenge you because you big dog to them. Okay. You big bro.
Okay, so let me say this. Since you brought up Darlene and Craig, let me say this. You don't know our relationship. But I know what I'm doing more teaching. I'm doing more teaching on some real street level shit than I thought I would have had to do. But listen to me, Anton. You don't know me and her relationship?
I'm listening.
Maybe the reason you don't get the results you want from her is because there's a certain level of respect that comes from me and her relationship. That's what I'm saying. You don't know, brother. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about you
speaking on her.
I'm not talking about you talking about her. I'm talking about when there are certain subjects that come up on your show.
We done argued on the air a million times.
Man, come on, bro.
I'm just saying.
Corey, sometimes you be on bullshit. Nobody told you about it.
Now I'm trying to teach.
So listen, I'm going to say what Anton said in this particular video has been proven to be correct. Now, I'm not an Anton Daniels fan, but what he said was correct. We got to call it what it is. He said that nobody between, Darlene and Craig stands up to him. I think this would have been a perfect situation for Craig to jump in and de-escalate this situation. So let's switch gears here, because what ended up happening after that particular, snippet that we just watched is they took a break. And I don't know, maybe it was about 10 or 15 minutes. It was enough for me to probably go get a little snack or something. But what we learned when they came back is that Darlene was gone.
It was somebody in the chat say, what do 5150 mean? 5150 is a code for crazy that the police use. When the police pull you over and they think that your mind ain't right, you a 5150. You understand? It's weird that a lot of people don't know that, but we ain't said that in a while on the show.
Yes.
5150 is crazy.
As y'all can see, Darlene's chair is empty. She's gone.
I called this the 5150 show because if you want to call me crazy, you call me crazy. Call me whatever you want to call me, but why you watching right now? You understand what I'm saying? Because you like to see the car accident. Some people cause an accident by staring at the car accident.
That's real good.
That's how it really goes. Give me that beat back. Yeah.
God.
5150 in the motherfucking house. 5150. It ain't no motherfucking doubt. Corey Holcomb's in the motherfucking house about to turn this motherfucking shit out. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it.
If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. Y'all, this is so wrong on so many levels. This is like, you can like Corey, you can support Corey, but y'all got to be able to call out, this is wrong. So now you make a rap about your employee, call her a bitch, and say, if you don't want to do it, get another MFer to do it. A woman who has been there for the inception of your show.
If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. 5150 in the house. You don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. 5150. Turn the shit out now. My name is Corey Holcomb, you see. And some people ain't really fucking with me, but it don't stop none because I got the motherfucking streets.
So as y'all can see, this rap has become now about Darlene. And I'm just wondering, I mean, we just saw that snippet from Anton. Why did this suddenly turn now until Darlene being the enemy? Craig, we're going to need you to grow some BALLS. This is horrible. This is horrible.
God damn it. Understand what I'm saying? You see, I done been through a whole lot of hell. I done been through bitches to smell. I done been through bitches who can't tell that I'm the greatest motherfucker. And that's for real. See, I be talking this shit every week. Tuesday nights, that's where I be. I ain't got to put a lot of videos online to make the people understand what's on my mind. Most of the motherfuckers talking shit about me don't know me. God damn it, you gonna do something? Well, show me. How you a woman beater trying to talk about me? fruit booty butt, suck dick, you see? You don't want to do it, another bitch to do it. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it. 5150, turning it out. Yeah, if you don't want to do
Okay, y'all pretty much see where this is going. If you don't want to do it, get another B to do it. This is totally dragging his co-host Darlene. Listen, Corey, bro, you are crashing out. You are crashing out bad. This is a terrible look, even to you. This was wrong. The way you treated your co-host on live was so very disrespectful. If you don't have people in your corner that's going to tell you when you are wrong, you are going to lose everything. You know, you're going to lose everything. And then very people will go about their lives and live their lives. I've been in business before, and I built my team to be able to lead without me. And at first, I was doing it to, you know, I was like the only one in charge, and I was like, oh, hell no. So when I built up my team, I was able to leave, and your show should be a show that they can run it in the absence of you. But the fact of the matter that this happened, like, this is a bad look. And I believe Corey when he say people are trying to tarnish his reputation, but I'm gonna be honest, you're also tarnishing your own reputation, and you are helping the very people that's trying to end you by the way that you're dealing with your own employees. Now,
all right, so he said all that stuff. I wonder if he's going to even address the things he said. But yeah, you see, so yes, Ortiz is back, and she's like, no, I went to the bathroom when he did the song, and it wasn't a big deal. It's no big deal to me. Here we go.
some draws because I didn't feel like washing the two pair I had with me.
And he did, by the way, apologize because boy, every single message is.
But Darlene, like, okay, I'm sorry.
I mean,
go
for
ahead.
the shirt thingy, not the rap. The rap, yes, that can get very that you know that went a little. It was crazy, but we have dissed each other in the raps.
Mm-hmm.
It was just timing too. It just happened to be that night, and then that shirt thing happened before it. So I get it, but he did. Yes, he did apologize to me afterwards. And you know what? You do that often, and people don't. I've mentioned it before. Not even just apology, but I've mentioned it before on a couple of shows many years ago that you actually will catch yourself. The show will be over, and you'll be like standing there, and you'll go, "Did I go too far? Or what was that? Did I? What did I say?" A lot of times, is that not true? You've done that before, right? Where you actually go, "Hold on, wait, now, what did I say?"
I've been talking 16 years, and it's like I can admit I say things that sometimes I'll be like, "What did I say? God damn!"
Yes, there you go. You put it in a better way.
Most of the stuff I say, I mean, I see they have hired people to go through my catalog and find something to say. Look, oh, wait, look what he said. They've hired people to do this. So,
but you said it though.
But anyway, I just wanted to make sure you got in what you wanted to say.
But
I got something to say to these cake ass niggas.
Oh, jeez.
You done?
Well, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else I need to say, but no, yeah, I was not fired. Nobody threw me out. Nobody was me. I didn't leave. I was here still in the building. So.
Oh my God.
Now they're saying I'm delusional. All right, whatever.
So
It's
look,
gonna be.
This is to all
never
you
make
cake
everybody happy.
Cake ass. Oh my God, you are so weak.
Oh, geez.
Listen, homie, you will never be able to understand the dynamics of a player like me. You will never be able to figure it out. And I don't even know what to say to you about trying to figure out me and who I got next to me. It ain't for you to figure out. It's for you to try to wonder. But when you get to lying, you out of pocket. When you get to lying, you out of pocket. But I expect you to wonder what's going on with me and this woman right here.
Who's that? Who are you talking about?
I expect the lames that need to be explained how life works to say whatever you got to say about me and Darlene. You ain't got nothing else to say? Man, listen, homie, you would never be one like me. You would just always envy one like me Because to the streets, I ain't got to explain nothing because they know what it is.
So I
ain't got to explain nothing to somebody who's a real thoroughbred.
Okay, so in the streets, they know what it is. So what are you pimping her, or is she a bottom hoe, or like that? Just just weak, or because the way this looks like, she look weak as fuck, bro. Because I'd be like, hold on, before we start this show, I need you to apologize in front of everybody. He ain't apologized, ain't said shit, and he's posturing like on some like, it is what it is. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it.
Dig what I'm saying? But what you lames want me to sit up here and explain, homie, if you don't get your cake ass the fuck up out my face with that sucker ass shit, keep envying, but stop lying. Stop lying. But I know you watch me and envy what I do and the dynamic between me and Darlene.
They gotta be either fucking or something. There ain't no way that you're gonna be like, I'm like, man, no, apologize. Even if I was fucking him, I mean, even more if I was fucking him, I'd be like, hold up, no, you about to apologize about that shit. Get another bitch to do it. I mean, what? Like, what's going on here? And Ortiz, you know, for women alone, you can't be like this weak ass, soft spoken ass bitch when he's saying shit like this. If you don't want to do it, get another bitch to do it, and you come back on the show the next week and like, yeah, I was in the bathroom, I didn't hear the rap, but it was kind of mean, you know. Man, what kind of an example are you setting as a woman, like to allow somebody to talk to you like that? That's crazy, bro. Let's go.
I don't blame you. You ain't got nothing else to do. It's actually quite a movie. The dynamics between me and Darlene Ortiz. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, not the full name. Oh my goodness.
You say what you want to say about us, but stop lying. Stop lying. What was that some dude said? What was that a couple of weeks ago when the dude said he saw us at
I don't know. You showed me.
What is the restaurant? God damn it. Ruth Chris.
We go to all.
Yeah, I saw Darlene and Corey at Ruth Chris. Y'all?
We go. Yeah.
Yeah?
We go to movies. We go to eat. Yeah.
You probably did.
I don't know who that was. I'm curious as to who.
What was? Thank you, all these. I'm loving to see these
right
green
now,
things up here. No, the name don't matter. I'm talking about the name of who said that don't matter.
No,
I'm
not
saying,
that person. I thought you were talking about a show.
A lot of you guys don't understand what it is, and you will never understand what it is. But I ain't got to explain it to the streets, because that's who comes see me.
Right, the streets know.
For the most part, all of the boys and girls.
Listen. Either the streets know either you fucking her, and y'all got a personal relationship on the side, and you know what I'm saying, you giving her that wood, because ain't no other woman gonna just sit there and be like, yeah. Or you either pimping her or you're fucking her, because there's no way that you would be able to say get another bitch to do it, and then she just
Men and women who are down with Corey Holcomb, them people who are streetwise. They understand what the streets is about. They understand that Corey ain't finna be talking about what the fuck it is to these motherfucking cake ass niggas. But the cake ass niggas get mad because I won't explain what it is. It ain't just cake ass men. It's bitches too. That poor.
That you're fucking her. I mean, no one has to be a cake ass nigga.
The lady who lost her YouTube, Tasha K. The hell with TMZ, big time fan. Who was that? What did he say? Eddie Great? Eddie the Great?
Tasha K has not lost her.
Man, he posted a yard.
Dang.
Stay strong. Like when people like, Corey Holcomb lost gigs. Don't matter. I've been doing this a long time, homie. I ain't where you at. Corey Holcomb, you didn't catch up and take the fade. Homie, I'm going to tell you something, man. This is bragging, but I don't give a fuck. Homie, if you had a driveway like me, you wouldn't be worried about a fade. You wouldn't be worried about it. But
first of all, Tasha K did not lose her YouTube channel. Her YouTube channel's right here, 1.35 million subscribers. She didn't lose her YouTube channel. Wrong. Let's go.
I'm saying, as far as it go with me and this woman right here, homie, trying to figure out what it is. Trying to figure out what it is, homie.
Thank you, Phil.
You wasting your time, homie. You wasting your time. Stop trying to figure out what it is.
I don't know what you're talking about. Elderly men got money. So only elderly men in halfway house, niggas rock with me. Well, honey, they got money. Most of them got that Social Security or that pension, and I'm getting it, okay? So if that's what's effing with me, then I'm all right with it, okay? Because y'all, you a broke ass dude. You don't even want to, you on a troll account talking about me, bro. You on a troll account. Show your face. Who are you? You on a troll account talking mess. I think I know who this is. So what? You find a life. You're the one on my channel talking stuff, you know? You find a life. I'm over here doing me. I'm making money. You are not. You're just in the comments. So, anyways, I just had to wrap to pack this person up and goodbye, bro. Whatever. Simple as that. You're on my channel. Goodbye. Goofy. Okay, bye to you too. And here we go. See, here's the thing. People just don't even understand. Bro, you don't have to be here. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be here. You don't want to be here. Put some bullshit in the chat and see how quick your comments are gone. Okay? Let these folks sit and spin. What? Bye. You mad because I'm talking about Corey Holcomb, and he being rude to this woman. Anyways, back to the scheduled program.
And look at what you see. But you don't know how to do that. You don't have that third eye. So now you got to lie and speculate out loud. Man, us real boys and girls, we know what's happening.
I'm sorry, I apologize, because look, I hadn't ate all day. I'm sorry.
Why you ain't eat, D?
What the fuck is she apologizing for? She eating a cracker?
Doing too much, that's all. And the whole day passed by, not gonna lie. Performance, right? And all the different meanings and things that
I didn't see the whole thing. I saw some of it and I was like, oh, it's a fascinating spectacle, but I couldn't understand the language.
The language, and that's okay, but different things. One of the
Is he going to address the things he said about the 5-year-old and whatever? Let's go.
An athlete who's playing in the Super Bowl, who has multiple babies around the same age, there's just no way he's going to be able to do what you want him to do. Who is that? What's her name? Toddy Black? He said somewhere. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Woo, woo, woo. But over the years, we've developed a relationship as I work the club. This is one of the reasons I can exist. These club owners who know me and they know my character. Mm-hmm. And I want to look at the phone. He said something slick at first because it was under a new number. And I pressed the question mark like, who the fuck is this talking to me like this with my number? Then he said who he was. I was like, oh, makes sense. Mm-hmm. But he's
weak ass comments.
It's all about the
That's when a nigga roll up.
Fuck?
You just crack.
Turn
your back to it.
Right, you just turn your back to it. I was like, I'm sleeping on the wrong end. My face was where the pee.
No. I got West Coast. Yeah, 2 West Coast niggas.
Was one day he was talking to me, and I saw him talk to you when we ain't got our fade.
That's the sister on the right.
Change what's up. Address the issue what you're saying.
You know what I'm talking about.
Goddamn
I'm gonna
right.
tell you, hey man, I'm scared of you, man.
of my life.
I don't want no
I'm scared for my
problems.
life.
I feel like my life
My
in
life.
danger.
My life's in
Leave
danger.
me alone.
My life's in danger. Here, no.
They got stuff jumping through condoms.
TLR sounds, thank you.
5150 show, and now we have members.
He never addresses the things he said about the kids, bro. He never does it. He addresses what he said about Ortiz, of course. You know, don't be rude to her because that's going. He already know that if she could have she had his balls in her hand. Honestly, if she would have left that show, do you know how many people would have stopped watching this show? And she could have started her own show and not be a tag along. You know what I'm saying? But you know, hey, it is what it is. She could have just started her own show after that, whatever, doing affirmations, being soft spoken, and people probably would have supported her on that. But she decided to go back. It is what it is. I mean, I think it's a disappointment to women because I'm like, dude, bro, you just went back to a person that's being very abusive to you. Maybe he'll stop. I don't know. But you know what? Seems like that's like the par for the case. That she's used to being, fussed out on his show, and made to look dumb, Well, I was in the bathroom. Who cares, bro? I don't care where I was at. If you made a song, get another bitch to do it, honey, you would have to get another bitch to do it. Yeah, go ahead, get another bitch to do it, honey. And all your accounts and everything will be locked out. And then get that bitch to figure out how to unlock that shit. You wouldn't be able to tell me get another bitch to do because, honey, yeah, get another bitch to do that and get another bitch to figure out what your passwords is and everything. Because she's doing not only hosting the show, but also in the background posting stuff and doing all this and that. But they made up. Okay, cool. I don't want our black men to always completely fall for being ignorant and stupid online. But the problem is that he never addressed the things he said about that 5-year-old. Your brother's child and the kids in Iceland and all that was never addressed. I don't like this man. He should have stuck with his jokes because now that we see and hear his rhetoric, his views, and his disdain for women, it's disgusting and he's a hater to everyone. Yes, exactly. Corey has been showing he don't give a F lately, clearly. Ignore and move on. That's what I'm about to do. So I'm gonna do one last little segment before we wrap this up. I think it's something that we should pay attention to. I think it's really crazy. Watch this, guys. Watch this. All right, here we go.
In Reuters that was just absolutely petrifying because they spoke about how AI has now made its way into the medical field and surgery in particular. And it's not fucking ready. It's not ready. People are getting injured. People are getting hurt. People have stroked out because of malfunctions from AI. And stop and think about it, guys. You've had experience with it. I've had experience with AI. It hallucinates so fucking much. The hallucination is just when it doesn't know an answer and it just makes some shit up. It happens all the fucking time. And now they think oh yeah, let's put that in the fucking operating room. Are you kidding me? You got some surgeon who's gone to school for a decade to get everything just right. And they're a mega expert. And you're going to have some fucking shitty computer program made by some asshole in Silicon Valley who's over leveraged in his company and making shit up and cutting corners. And now all of a sudden that's going to operate on somebody. Get the fuck out of here. They discussed this on Breaking Points. And I wanted to go through some of their coverage here because they'll get into a bunch of the specifics. Here we go.
Let's find some common ground on hatred of our AI overlords here. Horrifying story from Reuters, and kudos to them for doing the digging into this. So they say, as AI enters the operating room, reports arise of botched surgeries and misidentified body parts. So the background here is that obviously you have AI now is the new hot way to grow your company, including medical device companies. So you have companies trying to push these devices into the market. You have an FDA that has been degraded drastically by Doge, and patients now basically being used as guinea pigs.
Now, by the way, let me just pause to point out here, yet again, this is another stark example of the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Whereas Doge absolutely fucking ripped through the government and eliminated so many crucial positions. That's why we always talk about Meals on Wheels. We always talk about pediatric cancer research that they cut. We always talk about the nuclear safety officials who were fired. Some of the officials they fired were FDA officials whose jobs were to go through devices like this and make sure they were safe. They got rid of them. Well, now, guess what? These things are being rushed through using loopholes to approve them, and they're fucking killing people, right? Whereas under a Democrat, and there's many areas of criticisms I have for Democrats, right? But this is an area where they would 100% have a functional FDA that would actually check and not have approved these devices that are killing people. It's a huge difference between Democrats and Republicans.
Let me give you some of the specifics here from this article. Let's put this first piece up on the screen. They found that at least 10 people were injured between late 2021 and November 2025, according to reports. Most allegedly involved errors in which the True Dye navigation system misinformed surgeons about the location of their instruments while they were using them inside patients' heads during operations. Obviously, the company denies any wrongdoing. Put the next one up on the screen here. They say cerebrospinal fluid reportedly leaked from one patient's nose. In another reported case, a surgeon mistakenly punctured the base of a patient's skull. In two other cases, patients each allegedly suffered strokes after a major artery was accidentally injured.
I've heard people say I'm too much of a Luddite. I'm not enough of a Luddite, bro. I'm not. Are you kidding me with this? Like, everything in this country is now a scam. Everything's a scam. AI is a scam. Rushing this shit out is a scam. The destruction of the administrative state is a fucking scam. Crypto is a scam. OnlyFans is a scam. The gambling shit is a scam. Everything's a scam. Everything's a fucking scam. And now you're replacing. And by the way, this is what Dr. Oz is doing for Medicaid for the whole country, because they massively cut Medicaid. 18 million people got kicked off Medicaid. Now they're saying, oh, I know like over 300 rural hospitals are going to close, but now AI is going to take their place. So an AI doctor will diagnose you. The same AI that's making people's spinal fluid leak through their nose and giving them strokes, that same AI, I think I'll pass.
But the next one up on the screen, the FDA has received reports involving dozens of other AI-enhanced devices, including a heart monitor said to have overlooked abnormal heartbeats and an ultrasound device that allegedly misidentified fetal body parts.
Oh my God.
In one of the examples that they identified here, first of all, the doctor had a consulting contract with the company that makes this device. So you inherently have questions about a conflict of interest in the doctor choosing to use this technology to start with. What they talk about here is the patient was being treated for chronic sinusitis. The procedure involves, it's a relatively non-invasive procedure, should be sort of cut and dry, relatively straightforward. They inflate a balloon inside your sinus cavity to create additional space. But the allegation is that this technology, because it did not properly inform the surgeon where their medical instruments were, that they accidentally nicked an artery that goes to the brain. This caused a stroke, and there were a couple strokes that they identified because that they're attributing to this technology. Again, the company denies that it is ultimately their fault. But to me, Soccer, the bigger story is we have put E5 up on the screen. We had this Doge assault on the FDA. I remember talking about this at the time, about 15 of the 40 AI scientists in the special unit that had been spun up in the FDA to evaluate exactly these types of devices were laid off or opted to go. Another unit that crafted policy on devices using AI, the Digital Health Center of Excellence, lost about a third of its staff, around 30. So they are overwhelmed. And what the device makers try to do in order to avoid like a lengthy evaluation process is they'll say, oh, this is just like this other device that's already on the market. We've just updated it. But the update may be completely changing the way the device works and implementing AI, whereas the device previously did not have that.
So in other words, they're lying. They're just lying about like, oh yeah, no, this is the device that we've used. We just upgraded it. And it's like a totally different device and it's AI, and the other device is totally different and not AI. This is what happens when you let the private market, the free market run wild, when you let the capitalists run wild. All they care about is profit. All they care about is rushing their shit onto the market. And as a direct result of that, safety is not even a consideration. And it's give me the money. and the government's been fucking destroyed 1,000 ways to Sunday because of the right wingers. And here we are. People are dying from motherfucking routine surgeries because of AI. Which, by the way, if anything, this is evidence to me of the further like over-promising and under-delivering of the AI revolution, which there is no easy way out of this, right? If they're right about the promising about what AI can do, then everybody loses their jobs to AI, which sucks and is horrible and is like ruin society, right? But it also sucks if they lied about it, because then we're going to have a Great Depression as soon as that bubble bursts. And so it looks like we're leaning towards Great Depression when the bubble bursts, but they seem to be over-promising and under-delivering when it comes to AI. And this shit is getting rushed out to market, and now people are dying.
And so a lot of these devices are sort of getting approved with relatively minimal scrutiny. And all of this is being done at an FDA that's completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's not only regulatory, it is really just like the runaway nature of the way that these people are rolling stuff out. And, you pointed out these concrete ones, but just at a very basic level, remember, the promise here was that they were going to cure cancer. That was the promise. Mm-hmm. And by the way, if anyone's watching The Pit, there's a good plot line currently of a doctor who's pushing generative AI, which immediately runs into problems in the actual ER. I thought it was a good artistic representation of some of the way that this is currently already happening in medicine. Let's put E6 up here on the screen. I love this piece, which was this author let ChatGPT analyze a decade of Apple Watch data, then called his doctor. He said, ChatGPT says it can now answer personal questions about your health and fitness trackers. The new ChatGPT Help says it can help you understand patterns over time.
So what Sagar goes on to explain here is this guy had AI analyze his health data. Then the AI sort of flipped out and said, you need immediate heart attention because your heart is failing. And this guy believed it. And so he reached out to the doctor. The doctor took a look at the same data and was like, the AI has no idea what the fuck it's talking about. You're in phenomenal shape. In fact, you're in such good shape, the insurance company won't even let me run further tests on you because your data is perfect. Your data is fine. This is AI. Look, I've told stories too. Everybody has their own stories when it comes to this. But one of the ones I told is I saw a clip of Rogan, or it was a clip of Rogan on a podcast. I had never seen him on that podcast before and didn't know who the guy was that he was talking to. I took the clip, I sent it to, I believe Grok I sent it to, and I said, what podcast is this and who is Joe Rogan speaking to? And they were in a spaceship or something like that in the studio that they were in. Grok says, oh, this is the Joe Rogan Experience, and he's talking to Brian Callen. And I know what Brian Callen looks like, and I know what the Joe Rogan studio looks like. It wasn't that, it's neither of those things. Neither of those things are correct. So I say, try again. That's not Brian Callen. That's not the Joe Rogan Experience. And then it says, oh, you're right. I'm sorry. But it is the Joe Rogan Experience, and it's Brendan Schaub. I know who Brendan Schaub is. I know what he looks like. That's not Brendan Schaub. And again, it's not the Joe Rogan Experience. So I said it again. And then it hit me with oh, it's Tom Segura or some shit. It's not Tom Segura. I know what Tom Segura looks like, and I know this is not the Joe Rogan studio. So then I decided, let me search manually. So I basically go to YouTube, I believe, and I typed in Joe Rogan, and I limited the search to uploaded that week or that day or something. And then I saw the podcast. It was some podcast I'd never heard of with some other guy I'd never heard of, but I saw the names. And so then I go back to Grok and I say, okay, the podcast is this podcast and the host is this host. So it's not Joe Rogan. And then I said, why are you answering when you don't know? Why are you making something up? Just say you don't know. And it was oh, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. It's bro, you told me 4 times. It's this, it's this, it's this. And then when I said that's not it, you were oh, okay. What? Not only is it a person, it's a stupid person. It's a dishonest, stupid person. An incompetent, dishonest, stupid person. So then the question is can you ever really trust it about fucking anything? Now, of course, there are times it gets some shit right. But I don't know about you guys. In my experience, as time has gone by, it's actually gotten worse. When I first started using it, it was okay. It started out okay. Then for a little while, it got pretty good. And then it just fell off a cliff. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm noticing it get worse on a regular basis. And so now I've almost fully abandoned using it. I'll only use it in the rarest of circumstances. And then when I use it, I'll then go check the thing they said, right? And now it's in fucking operating rooms, bro. It's in operating room. Stop and think about I will never allow AI to fucking operate on me. Are you insane? I will never allow it to operate on my mom or any family member. This is crazy. It's just crazy what we're talking about here. So good warning for all of you. If you're at the doctor and you need something done and they say, oh, we got this AI, say, fuck, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I know the lack of regulation in this country. I know the fucking AI profiteers. Everything's a scam and they don't give a fuck about your safety. They don't give a fuck about your health. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
What do y'all think about that story? You know, I did put the link in the chat. If you guys think that this story is a relevant one, should we keep talking about Trump or should we wrap the show up? 1, 2, 3. So 3, wrap the show up. 2, continue talking about Trump. And then 1, Black people talk about whatever. And yeah, let's go from there. All right. I was gonna play something else, but you know, I'm gonna leave it at that. Oh no, white people are allowed. This is not an anti-white like channel. AI is the Antichrist, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna let this like show end, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for like supporting me. Please hit the like button. If you've been giving me gifts, I appreciate it. Much love, guys. Peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your energy. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your